Alright, and we are live. So, this is the ongoing stuff, work with doing OpenBSD, VAC stuff. Uh, Basically where we left it off yesterday is I filed the bug report on OpenBSD ARM. Now I want to see what it's going to take to get OpenBSD 5.8 compiling again. Ideally, so... that was, yeah. So, let's get that. Alright. Cool. Alright, sounds like my audio is good. Alright, so we're currently on my desktop app solution in a VM. So one of the things I tried was seeing if I could do a chroot. It doesn't work. Bad system calls what you get, and it dumps core. So you can't chroot from an old, a new kernel of an old userland, which it's like, really, it doesn't have backwards compatibility. I was a little bit staggered to discover that. The main problem is that our C compiler is Clang. Yeah, see, it's Clang under the hood. This needs to build with a very old version of GCC. It's 3.3 because, I don't know if they were using 3.3 on AMD 64, but I believe it was the last version that was V2. It was the same thing that Apple ran into. The end result was I stared at it for a while and my brain hurt. I filed a very long bug, but there was no traction, OpenBSD bugs, and at this point I took a look at the numbers after the stream, and what I realized is that even in the absolute best case scenario, the ARM port's performance Parallels is only running a bit faster than what the Raspberry Pi 3 does, and it's like, oh god, just... I was literally getting better single-core performance. It was wild. I did see a few other bugs relating to lock problems on ARM64, so it's possible the port is just... I really would have to install it on bare metal and see if there's any actual issue, but... I don't think it'll get better unless I actually went and figured out what was wrong. So the million-dollar question here is, can I convince OpenBSD? The biggest problem is I don't want to switch out the toolchain until I've got a confirmed known good build, because as far as I can tell, this has never been cross-compiled. I don't think there's going to be any inherent problems to doing so, because it's bin utilities, it's GCC, this is not rocket science. But the flip side argument of it is that the first thing I tried doing, I just realized I did not pin this. I threw, because Upstream doesn't use, a source control from this century, I yeeted stuff onto GitHub, mostly just for my own sanity. So let me put it here. My internet is probably being really shitty today. The weather has been miserable here in Jersey City, so... hopefully, it's not buffering constantly. I did turn off the down the latency, although it does look like it's going to be a quiet night tonight. Like, I'm really learning when people are or aren't on, and unfortunately, because I stream at odd hours. So anyway, to give you an idea of where we currently stand, I tried to just do the native compilation, because I figure if we do the native compilation, I'd at least get a fucking compiler that I could use. But it doesn't even get that far. Like, and this is basically where I left it off. So I have W no error set, but it obviously is just not. It doesn't like it. Part of the problem is that the base system kind of recurses on itself, which kind of makes it even more shit all the way down. Like, I think I'm better off just trying to... Excuse me. I think it's at this point I just want to work through the makefile cross, get it to build somehow. I suspect I'm either going to have to patch source code or more, but now that we're in Git, at least I have an actual chance. Well, let's make a new branch. So right now I have those two branches, so let's create a new branch called crossvax. And from here, we will basically place all our efforts to, running git staffs is not what I want to do, to basically make this work. So let me do, did I install sudo? I did not install sudo. So, let me do that just to make my life a little nicer. It's this week, like I said, the last few days have been a real roller coaster. Okay, cool, that works. So let's do sudo f makefile cross target vax cross gcc, and we're just gonna basically do what we have to make this work. So it's using binutils 2.17, and if we have to patch it, we will have to patch it. Like, so be it. Okay, like, I already see, yeah, so I already see some of the things we need to do. So actually, let's do cross clean, because I need this to be reproducible. And we would basically just do, yeah, see, there's the error in archive specifications. So can we get, like, a less stupid fix for this? Please tell me that works with KSH. Okay, so it's all these debug libs things. I'm probably just going to have to strip them out. I mean, that's really what it probably is going to come down to. Alright, let's just do it and get it over with. Lib curses, makefile. Lib form, makefile, lib menu. Yeah, it's probably due to this L, but we can just drop support for it. Alright, so we close that. Debug. Alright, so does that cover everything we need? Like, can we now run cross clean? Does look like we can run cross clean. Okay. Yeah. I think I need to turn down the ghosting a little bit. I'm still figuring out, like, the best things for the stream. Like, oh, I'm not even on the less blurry profile. Yeah, like, let's just reduce the effects a little bit. Oh, something broke. Parse error, empty file name in exists. Alright, does that now run for the full cross clean target? I don't know. I'm currently in the mood for Amber. Like, it's a mood thing right now. I also find looking at... Alright, so... It is now complaining that there's no such file directory. Did I not import sys? Ooh, I didn't import the kernel. Alright, let me add all... hold on, let me see what we currently have for changes. God, Git is a little bit painful in this system. Curses, form, lib, menu, makefile, and lib panel, makefile. So I do need to import the source repo, the sys repo. Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing the same screen. Like, I'm literally just doing this on my console. I do find it, like, I'm literally looking at an emulated CRT on an LCD. Like, what you're seeing is exactly what I'm seeing on my second monitor. I have the laptop to the right of it. So, I do see more. That's how I'm keeping an eye on chat. Now, can we run the cross clean? Because now it should have its sys directory. Sorry if I'm just being quiet tonight. I didn't sleep particularly well last night. It's already becoming ungodly humid, and the air conditioner only helps so much. Okay. All right. Well, that's the clean target completing. So let's see if we can build cross GCC. Interesting that it basically jumps right to this step, even though it shouldn't be, or at least I don't think it should be. Alright, so this is going to fall over. I'm curious if it's going to just be easier to fix the source code or just live with it. User.bin, bin utilities 27, makefile, BSD wrapper. So it's detecting that it's building with GCC even though it's not, which is annoying. But if I add disable build warning, I believe that was the option. Yeah, that was the option. I might have to switch to Bash as my shell just because I really prefer to be able to move freely around the... be able to push D would be really nice. I guess I could put aliases down. Watching on Quest 3 while debugging software. What is a Quest 3? Yeah, unfortunately, it does look like next week I'm not going to have any time to work on this. If I can work on it, I won't have my microphone. Well, right now we're just waiting for it to build. Oh, it's a VR headset. I've tried a few VR headsets and it doesn't feel more immersive. Like, I don't even get the appeal. I mean, maybe they're a step forward, but I heard the same thing about motion controls, and I never felt anything better about having motion controls on the Wii. But maybe I'm just I'm just becoming stale and unable to adopt with the times. So, who knows? Well, it's gone to compiling stuff, which is a good sign. I don't remember how far it actually got. Like, I don't want to actually -J it because it just makes the log messages messy. But bin utilities shouldn't take that long to build. I guess I could -J it. Yeah, actually, let me -J this. Yeah, so that's just basically pick up right where it was. I can always remove the -J and basically keep going. I think what happened last time, if I remember correctly, it's going to blow up with a linker error towards the end. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected it to do. Alright, duplicate symbol. So LD allow duplicate symbol. Clang. Alright, so what exactly is it duplicating symbol on? So it's basically... This almost looks like this needs an X turn. So a bunch of binary files match. Alright, so what is in app N as far as the symbol goes? So it is defined there. It's defined the BSS. Can I just type make here, or... Yeah, I can't just type make here. It's also defined in read. It's also in the BBS. So where the hell is this coming from? Dwarf to debug. It's defined in the header file. Yeah, okay, so it is defined in the header file. So... Yeah, see, most of these are defined as externs, but not all of them? Alright. Is that the only variable it's caring about, or is there more than that? That is the only variable it actually cares about. So let me declare that as an extern, and then I just have to put it somewhere. So probably in dwarf to debug C. I'll just put it right here at the top. See if it'll accept that. Oh, it did. Yeah, that actually worked. All right, so let's just commit that then. Alright, well, progress. Right now we're trying to see if we can get the makefile cross to do something. Okay, so let's just let it keep building. Well, now what? Oh, right, I have to be root. Alright, well, at least that's a nice, easy thing to fix. Right now, I'm trying to cross-compile the last version of OpenBSD VAX. Because I want to revive... I want to try... Oh, great. Oh, lovely. Damn. Alright, so I did actually need that thing with the depends. That's nice. Crap. Oh. Alright, then I have to actually figure out how to fix that. That sucks. Yeah, let me just look at how it looks today. Because obviously they're going to have the same functionality. Yeah, so this is what was here originally. Unfortunately, I only commented it out. I didn't actually do anything else with it. Alright, so empty file name and exists. Depends. So if exists depend file. So what is it? What do they do in the current version of this file? Because this is likely something related to how the BSD has its own special make, and none of the BSD makes are one-to-one compatible with each other. They're broadly similar, but bad things happen. I mean, OpenBSD solves this by making their make portable, so you can build it on basically anything. But apparently it's not even compatible with itself. So let me see here. User. Let's see here. GCC, here we go, user bin. I'm looking for CC tools in the repo. Yeah, so CC, do they not have this anymore? Oh no, here it is, CC tools. All right, so the make file, so in the current versions of OpenBSD, this file, it just includes it. It doesn't do an exists. Like, it literally just does, it literally just has that. So, does that work? I might have to clean and retry because it... Let's commit that patch. See, the problem is that it probably didn't run the depend steps, so there could be multiple failures there. If it dies that way again, then I'm going to have to look at it a little bit more closely. I actually think I need to nuke the actual build directory, because this doesn't seem to do that. Or at least it doesn't seem to do it well. So that's basically cleaning out the everything. I also noticed that we're not getting the libso error that we were getting before. I don't know if we just haven't encountered that yet or something else. I don't know. I feel like I'm dealing with deep magic. User sort. Okay, so user cross vax. Yeah, I think I want to just nuke that cross vax. Yep, okay, so no, it still has some more things that have to be... This concerns me that this is a thing, but I think we can just comment it out, because we're going to basically be replacing this with a different compiler. But if the end result doesn't actually work, then we know for a fact that there are deeper problems. Okay, so if I want to do user cross, like, for this to, oh, yep, no, I didn't want to do that. For reasons I can't quite figure out, you have to do the dirs as not root, and then you have to do the rest of the build as root. Just let it do that, because now it's making all the object directories. Yeah, and now it's going to have more parse errors. Okay, so this is now coming back to roughly where it was last time, so... Let me look to get status. finish making all the directories. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm getting too ahead of myself and thinking I can actually accomplish this, but it's interesting to see how far I can actually get because, like I said, porting an operating system has always been kind of a... It was... Like I said, I helped port Ubuntu to ARM, but Linux and Debian had already had ARM ports at this point. I've never had the chance to completely port something from scratch. And this seems like a good place to get my feet wet and then go from there. Because if I'm going to continue working in tech, which I gotta admit I'm more ambivalent about as every year passes, I might as well aim for a goal that I want to. Because realistically speaking, if I end up going back into the job market, I'm going to have to put my time as a content creator. I'm not going to like abandon the channel even if I work again. They'll just become a part-time thing. So, but more realistically, I think I've got a better chance at eating with a YouTube channel than not. Okay, so that's all the directories done. So now I should be able to just do sudo make. It's going to redo that step. I don't know why I have to do that, but it works when I do that. Really fucking just hate having sleep issues. Like, it's the plague of my life. I couldn't get up today at a reasonable hour. I'll be up all night. It's gonna make this week even fucking more hell. I'm just looking at what's going on in Discord. I still actually haven't watched that Adrian Black video, the Adrian's Digital Basement. I skimmed part of it last night. It looked like he did get the system booting. It was a system. It's a System 5 release to Unix, so it's roughly. It's actually. I don't know of anything else that runs. No, early AUX was released 2. I think the last one was released 3, but I believe the first ones were R2. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried. And let's be honest, the algorithm I think is better than most of the managers I've had in my life. It's less like if it's going to screw you over, but at least it tells you how you're going to screw me over. And more realistically, when I finally have the energy to sit down and look at Twitch's terms of service to make sure I'm not going to have anything, you know, just to get an idea of how that fucking platform works, because I have live streamed on Twitch before, but it was so long ago that I don't even remember how half of it works. Like, I would probably have to I probably have to use Restream.io and then bridge the chats, but it also means I have to do dual moderation duty on 2 different chats. Streamlabs, in theory, can do this for me, and I may just do it. But it doesn't really make sense until I've made sure this is the thing I want to do. It's like, I rather focus on making content and having to fuck with the channel behind the scenes. And I have so little spare energy right now that I rather use it creating than doing something else. I thought later in the video he had it up. I didn't realize he had it running. Okay, well that's interesting. Did I give this a -J or am I misremembering? No, I did not. It's like that. This feels slow, and it is slow. Yeah. It will definitely be interesting to see if Like, I cannot imagine that FIO has, you know, OpenBSD. I shouldn't say FIO because, let's be honest, it's not a one-man show over there. I can't imagine the OpenBSD developers did much to fuck with GCC. Then again, if they were still using 3.3 and they avoided the GPL v2 fork, there may be some secret sauce in their tree, and that means I'd have to actually look at the goddamn commit history. I'm hoping that this isn't going to be terrible. It's basically my hope and dream right now. Because if I can get 5.8 to build with cross-compiled, and I still haven't even figured out how I'm going to install this, because I don't get, when cross-compiling, I don't get release tars. You cannot run make release cross-compiling. I will get most, but not all of a root file system. Enough that the system should be able to boot into it and then bootstrap itself from there. Well, it's quite possible the Vax... Well, I'll look more closely when we get there. I may be misremembering which version, but it looked like... Someone said 3.3. I haven't actually looked because we haven't gotten the cross-compiler up, and I don't really want to get on the Vax right now because it doesn't actually matter. I just want to make sure I can build... I want to make sure I have a known working starting point. Once I have a known working starting point, I can figure out where I go next. And I probably will just have to tar it up onto a CD and then extract it in the in SimH. Like, I could do it on real hardware, but there's no point. It's just slower for no actual gain. All right, so this is still compiling. It's now doing gas. I'm SSH'd into the VM from my laptop. The VM is currently on my desktop, which these days is just a Hyper-V cluster. Honestly, I may... Shit. Okay, so it stopped in the same place. Damn it. Alright, so what exactly is broken here? So, user... GNU user bin cc tools. So it's looking for this GT files. It was complaining about config.h, if I remember correctly. Host config. Build config. GCC config. Okay, so GCC config. It doesn't like something. Oh, hold on. GCC CPU config. GCC CPU. Where is it getting GCC CPU? I assume that's something relatively high level. Looks like I have to tweak GNU. Come on. GNU user bin cc makefile target. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So we have to add a line here. Okay. Well, that's easy enough. Vax. Well, that's progress. Why did it fail? Ah. Okay. So it's now dying on... It doesn't like a file. I just realized this is not using GCC's build system, is it? This is... Well, maybe it is, but I have this horrible feeling that getting this to use a more modern GCC is going to be somewhat painful. Alright, so num machine modes. Use of undeclared... So it's this... So what is this? All right, so let's look at this change log. GCC change log 6 num machine modes. See, this was a generator file. I wonder if this file got built correctly, but let me... Yeah, I might have to just define it, but I'd like to know where it's coming from. That would be really lovely. Like... Field is incomplete. Yeah, so you're trying to build... Here, you're trying to build the generator... What is in here? Like... Part of GCC... Quite possible they haven't. The compiler is even more bit raw on this. Like, they said there was a lot of agreement to put it out of its misery. If not defined, define. Make an enumeration class to give us all the machine modes. So it looks for ID. INSN modes. So where's this file? Oh. Okay. So it generated an empty file. All right. You know, let's just clean the damn thing, because if that's an auto-generated file... Because when you have a makefile thing where a variable is missing, it can cause a cascading error, but I have that horrible feeling that's not going to be the case here. No, this looks like a file that's automatically generated. I'm almost wondering if I should try and build the cross compiler independently. I'm sort of thinking that's actually what I'm going to have to do, but we'll see. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a short break at the top of the hour, or at the 1 hour mark. I just realized I should needed sudo on that, and it didn't error out at all. God, this is such a fun. This is fun. This is fine. This is really, really flipping fine. They say, as their mind slowly turns into God knows what. Oh, it's done cleaning. Sorry. I was checking something on the other screen. I was seeing how the chat. I was looking at the channel statistics as that ran. This looks like this died in a different place, but did it? No. I mean, the file exists. But it has 0 lines in it. Alright, you know what? Let's just delete the everything here. And let's look very closely what the build system is doing. And I actually will log this to a file because I need a better... I can't see what it's actually doing. Alright, so... Oh, it abort traps. It actually tries to run gen modes H, and then it goes boom. It doesn't like it. So, where is it doing that? Okay, so hold on. Warning, end format target specifier is deactivated and will cause abort. All right. I have absolutely no... But it's not... Oh, I see. It's expanding a macro. Okay, that is a fucking garbage. So what does that actually do? I need to actually look at the fucking man page. All right, let me find where that's defined first. Where is this tagged printf? This is what I'm looking for. Okay, so what does that actually do? So printf, I need 3, because I'm assuming it's documented here. Like, there'll be a note that it's been removed. The end conversion specifier has serious security implications, so it was converted to no longer stored in bytes. The fuck? Has serious security implications, number of bytes ran so far into the variable indicated by the bar. Generate after. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to look at it on a different system because that means absolutely nothing to me. Like, I've never used that function. What? The number of characters written so far is stored in the integer No arguments converted. See security implications below. Do we actually need it? I mean, that's the question. Like, what exactly is this code doing? Yeah, actually, we might need it. We might be able... Let me just see. All right, let's see if I can get lazy, if I can get lucky again and just look at the source code to... Let me look at their CVS web, because they would have had to deal with this issue at some point as well. So the less that I have to actually think and do is, like, nice. Okay, source GCC. Alright, so I want gen modes. Yep, there's one patch from TDWrite. Yeah, there is actually a patch for this. There's a literal patch for this. Alright, so diff to previous. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If it was going to be something similar, like you'd have to add a variable. All right, so we can just apply Fio's patch to this and clear it that way. So patch P1. Yeah, okay, that it accepted that patch. Alright. So now, can we convince this to actually, oh, I don't know, work? Let's nuke that entire folder. I'm just going to let it run this directory. I think it's past it. Okay. And on to the next hurdle. I do have do as, but I'm just using sudo because I can actually turn off the password. Cannot find locale dir. That doesn't help. Alright. If I just rerun the build command. Do I actually need that header? Usually, if it's only like an error like that, 9 times out of 10, it might actually just work if I get rid of... I have my doubts, but let's try it. Okay. Sure. Let's just go with that. mean, that seems to be building. Yeah, that's actually into the compiler proper. Alright, so that should run for a bit. Oh, it does have a new pass action. I didn't see it. Alright, I'm going to stretch my legs for a moment. What failed? Oh, God, I am... Redefining a external inline function is not supported in C99 mode. Okay, so this is probably just a header something mismatch. This is probably pretty trivial to fix. Floor 2. Oh, log 2. Okay, hold on. When compiling with recent enough GCC, we use GCC external inline, see top level. So it literally actually conflicts with it. We just have to do it. Okay, so there's a top level thing that has to be tweaked. Alright, so inline the above. So we just don't want to do this. Yeah, it gets past that now. Alright, that seems to be compiling. My guess is once we get past the cross compiler, most of the rest of it's just gonna fucking build. Like, I'm not gonna have to do a whole lot. I still need to figure out how we're going to install it, but that's a separate problem. I do think I'm going to have to try... I'm going to have to just basically try and merge in GCC 10, and it's just probably going to suck. Like, I don't think there's going to be any other way to describe the experience I'm about to have. Declared as an array with negative size. What? Verify that M-type matches up with... This is something relating to the math stuff. Why is this having issues? What version of GCC are we actually building? 2005. I mean, this might be 4.2. Well, let's see if we can just get it to build. Yeah, so this looks like this is some sort of sanity check. Compile type assert. So there's a bug report on the GCC for this failing here on FreeBSD, and it's saying it's a problem with the... All right, let me see. Let's see if there's an OpenBSD spec file here. Because this might be the same bug. Well, you know what? It's the host compiler that's having problems here, not GCC. Because we're trying to build this with the host compiler. Yeah, because this is the top level CC. All right, let me just can't specify. That's a different build failure. That is a different build failure. Can't specify hyphen out when. Where is it actually? Okay, I think I need to cross-vax user object GNU user bin cc lib gcc. Let's just let that compile. Right, and now we hit that assertion again. Declares an array with negative size, and it's blowing up due to the host compiler. In this bug report, it's dying due to a different issue. M-type has to match up, so M-type... I have absolutely no idea what this means. I'm probably going to have to look at the preprocessor source. Damn it. I am legitimately wondering if I should just try and build the compiler locally. Problem is I'm gonna have the same damn issue. It's unhappy because I'm using Clang. I'm pretty sure it's because Clang is the host compiler. It's blowing a check somewhere because this is building code to build on top of the host system. This is trying to build the cross compiler. So it shouldn't be blowing this assertion check. Let me see if I can find any other. I'm still looking for more things here because that's like deep into the compile. I really hate fucking dealing with compiler issues. Alright, let me look at the source. Alright, so chat is currently about as stumped as I am. Like, the question is, alright, let me look more closely at what this is actually trying to do here. Alright, it doesn't even fail consistently in the right place because it keeps trying to rebuild that one file. Ugh. This is fun. You know what, hold on, let me do port... I just had an idea. If I ask it to install GCC, what versions do I get as an option? Let's see if it'll build with GCC 8. Because I have the distinct feeling it just doesn't... I have the feeling it's just not going to want to build with Clang. I've not had particularly good success with trying to do that in the past. So do I have an actual GCC now? I assume it's somewhere in ports. Oh, we have a GCC now. So let's see if we do that. Otherwise, I might have to actually install the older OpenBSD, which I really don't want to do, but I will do it if I have to. Let me just see if this is less unhappy. I probably have to actually make clean here. Yeah, I probably actually do have to make clean here. I'm not optimistic about this, but... because that looks really fucking annoying to fix. I'd have to figure out how the I have to figure out what those macros are, and I'd have to figure out what the right answer is. Like, so that is definitely not something I really want to do. So installing 5.8 might just be the path of least resistance here. At this point, it doesn't make much difference. And I really don't want to use Emacs if I can avoid it. I tend to use VS Code as my main editor, but at this point, I'm jumping all around the code base. It doesn't even help. Alright. Let's see if it's less unhappy with GCC 8. I have that distinct feeling the answer is going to be no, but we'll see. I'm currently debating. I mean, I couldn't just install 5.8. I could just install 5.8 and at least make sure I have a sane base that I'm working from. And then... because if I can compile it on one system, I can at least run it through the preprocessor and see what the right answer is. So it's not completely a stupid idea. All right, if this doesn't work, I think that's exactly what we're going to do. Especially because trying to... Yeah, so I think the biggest thing we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to get going with a new compiler because I need the compiler to be rock solid and the old Vax one wasn't. Alright, what did it die with? Size of array, compile type assert is negative. God damn it. Okay. Did it, hold on, did it rerun configure or did I don't think it reran configure. No, it didn't actually, look. Like that. This build, I gotta tell you, this build system, man. I'm just gonna nuke the whole directory. We'll just do this again. Well, I don't want to do 5.8 if I don't have to. That's really what it comes down to. Because I can't run 5.8 on the laptop. I would have to emulate it, and that would just be slow. That would be extremely slow. That being said, I just had a fucking thought. I gotta decide if I hate this thought. Oh god, why is it that I have the thought and then I had the idea of I need my thinking grenades, and if you know what I'm referencing, you lived in the early 2000s. You're looking at an OpenGL recreation of a CRT. Yeah, it's cool retro term. Sorry, it's like... Life has been a lot of up and down right now. A lot of good is going good, but I'm also feeling very stressed in other ways. I know, I'm just sitting here at 10 p.m. on Memorial Day, bitching about my life and porting OpenBSD to Vax. It's like, okay, cool, that actually failed, so now I'll just do the sudo cross GCC step. Let's see if it's any happier with GCC 8. If not, then we're just going to go 5.3. In fact, I will... While that's going, I'm going to download it and start installing it. I almost wonder if I should install the 32-bit one, because it was complaining about that pointer mismatch. So yeah, you know what? I'm actually going to install the 32-bit one so it can't complain. Although it's, you know, it should not care, and if it does care, I'm just kind of sitting here thinking, should I actually care? Alright, where's the actual download link? I really hate that they just don't have, like, one link. Like, you really have to look for it to find the old releases. It's kind of obnoxious. I mean, we were talking about this on Discord last night, that the BSD guys is like you cannot find some of the older releases of OpenBSD anymore. They're probably archived somewhere, but okay, where was I downloading them from? Because obviously I found this. Yeah, I found it on the official FTP Euromirror, but it's not on most of them, and I don't even know if this one is linked off the main page. Because they want, you know, it's the old school thought of you should be using mirrors, not the main server. Alright, so I don't want VAX. I actually want AMD 64. So let me grab the CD. CD is downloading. Alright, so Hyper-V. Quick create. And then this machine is going to be called OpenBSD 5.8. It's going to live on my LAN, create virtual machine. Okay. Alright, now flip the switch, Igor! And, it's trying to pixie boot because apparently there's something wrong with that CD image. Of course there is. Like, why would it work? Why would I ever assume that would work? Oh, no, I know why. I actually do know why. Because this almost certainly doesn't support UEFI. That would actually do it. Lesson learned, don't use the quick create. Alright. New virtual machine. Generation 1. You're connected to my LAN. That's fine. That's fine. Install from bootable CD. Alright. Okay, so that's set up. Let me get in here and look at the settings. BIOS, boot from CD. Alright, that all looks good, I think. Okay, CD-ROM drive, I have to put the disk in. Can I start it up? Hey, there we go. Alright, that died in exactly the same place. Lovely. Absolutely fucking lovely. I'm at the kind of F technology stage of my life right now, but let's get to it. All right, it's going to be a pain for me to move the view, so I'm just going to install this, and then I will SSH into it in a moment. So we're on OpenBSD Maker. What do we go from here? Guess OpenBSD Maker 5.8. That's funny enough. Uh-oh. Oh, please tell me it knows how... oh, it may not support vert.io. I see a VLAN 0, but it says no link. Damn it, I can't... I didn't consider this problem. That is actually a real problem. Oh shit. I might actually have to figure out how this is supposed to be compiled. Infinity and M-type. So... So I can't easily install 5.8. I would have to use something else. I don't think with Hyper-V I can tell it to emulate a real... Oh, let me see. I don't think I can just tell it to emulate a real one. I would have to like use VirtualBox, and I guess I could do that? Question mark? Yeah. It says use a legacy-based adapter. Maybe it is possible, actually. Use a legacy-based adapter if you're trying to do something from like installing an operating system. So is that something I can add or set up? Chat's probably yelling at me. Chat's probably wondering, where is N gone? I don't seem to be... Oh, here we go. Add hardware. Ah, here we go. Legacy network adapter. Connect that to the LAN switch. And does that work? Like, does that actually get us online? Oh, it does see one. I now have a DE0 device. It's doing DHCP discovers. Okay, so now I have a network adapter that doesn't seem to work. Okay. This is going well. It's connected to my LAN. Protected network. Do you just need to be plugged into, like... Oh, the problem is I put you on default switch. How am I supposed to get into you? Chat, I actually have to stop and think about this for a moment because this is becoming a logistical problem. Yeah. Yeah, like, it's not... Well, I have it connected to LAN, and it's not getting an IP address. So, I don't know what's going on there. I would need network to actually work. I don't even know if I have VirtualBox. I assume I have VirtualBox installed on that machine, but I've had so many problems with VirtualBox, like in the last year, that it's why I started using Hyper-V. Okay, I have to... this has to be a solvable issue. Like, there's... What is... Let's see what M-type in Infinity is actually defined as. Because if this is fundamentally just... Yeah, alright. So... Alright, so... Infinity... Yeah, so here's the assertion. So let's do warning infinity warning M-type. Because that should just get to print them out. Or is it... I forget the syntax for warning. Is it like that? Right, and then every time that falls over, bad things happen. I love this build system. It's absolutely wonderful. All right, user, GNU user bin. What is it? Is it lib? Yeah, it's libgcc star.o. Okay, actually, I gotta remove the -8 option. It needs to do this, like, sequentially. Yeah, alright. Like, this is just broken in so many different ways. Assuming we're going to have to fix that error as well, but let's see if we can... Alright. Warning M-type. Okay, so that didn't get expanded out to what I thought it should be. That's annoying. Crap. Alright. If I put it in quotes, does it get expanded? I'm assuming it doesn't now that I think about it, because that would be the preprocessor preprocessing itself. Yeah, that's great. Alright, I need the preprocessed file then. I actually need to be able to copy and paste, so... Alright, if I want a preprocessed file, is it... I think it's X, GC preprocessed file. Oh, E. Okay. It's been a really long time. Alright, so that should have generated a -I file. Where did that come out? Or Okay, you know what? That works. Okay, so assert. Built-in infinity versus... Okay, so this is where the two disagree with each other. Because you have the built-in IFL versus DF type. So if... So we know DF type is defined. Okay, so DF type. Concat, built-in infinity, C, AXT, M type, size of would be size of M type. Is M type machine? M type might be machine. Defined if C type. Oh god, is it not capable of building a 32-bit target from a 32-bit one? Oh god, that might actually be the problem. Oh, you miserable code base. Problems would be full C99 implementation is math and complex age of problems only if you said I think this needs to be define infinity CXT. Let's see if that clears the build error. I'm not convinced that's correct. Let's nuke that build directory because F not declared here, not a function. 1728. 1728. So it's just F. So we are defining this case here. It's a non-triple E FPU. Like, obviously the OpenBSD guys got this to build, but I have that horrible feeling that this AVAX cross-compiler is not a thing that works. So built-in infinity. built-in Infinity. What is built-in Infinity like? I should probably pull chat up. I'm hoping the stream latency is not too bad, because I'm seeing spinning circle from time to time here. Built-in function, built-in... What does this actually return? Like, let me look at the GCC manual, because this will be in the manual. Alright, I think... I think 4F is what I need to put here. No, hold on. It needs to return... Size of infinity... The data types probably have to match up, but problems if you provide extra programs. You know, I'm going to just comment out the assert and see if we get lucky. This doesn't feel valid, this check, in the case of cross-compiling, but I'm not completely convinced that that is or is not the case. Let's see if we can actually get past this. Well, that time libgcc just didn't get made, but it did look like it built successfully. Where are we now? It's complaining about missing libraries. Like, are they not getting made, or just not where the build system thinks they are? Mm. Oh, it helps also if I spell it right. C-cough or G-cough. Yeah, I know NetBSD I can. The problem is I want to make sure I can actually build the code base first, because I don't know if there's any other major gremlins hiding in it. But officially, OpenBSD is built on OpenBSD, and they apparently only ever use this. Yeah, it is actually making the... no, it's not. That's not the library it needs to be. Is my internet shitting itself? No, it is actually building it. It's just, for some reason, it's failing on these steps. I just have to keep continuing. Because then it'll continue on to the next file. Yeah, look, it got past it. Did it actually just finish building cross GCC? It does say it's done building cross GCC. Do we actually have a cross compiler? Chat, we actually do have a cross compiler. Or at least a partial one. VAX5CC. GCC 4.2.1. It actually managed to build. Okay. I'm not going to commit that thing just yet. Actually, I should probably stage it just because so I don't lose it. Let me stage it as it is right now. Let's go on to the next cross target. So, I think it's what tells it to build the everything? Cross distrib. So it did actually build, but it blew an assert that I'm concerned about. So let's see if it actually works. Okay, I guess there's more things we have to do here. OpenBSD. So I actually am going to commit that. So disable assert for cross GCC. Check me. Probably wrong thing to do. So where's the exact... So the parse error is in makefile compiler version. So act... Oh, apparently it's broken on the top level? Okay, cross 365. I don't think its makefiles are... Like, what is it choking on? Machine vax... machine malform conditional. Need an operator in BSD own MK? Alright, so static pi, GC, okay, alright, so this one, because it says it's a GCC free arch, so it's a little concerning that that's there, but I can just delete that. That doesn't help, unfortunately. Probably because it's using the system version. Yeah, I probably have to add it to GCC4 Arch. Okay, now we're doing a whole bunch of install steps, which I don't think we're supposed to be doing right now. Make file cross, make bin. So cross, let's make sure cross tools work. File format not recognized. I have the feeling that we're definitely not going in the right way with this. Alright, what is it actually trying to do here? Support, no such instruction, halt. I mean... Is it trying to build, so implicit declarations, and then it dies about unsupported instruction. We also get a bunch of standard input errors, like, alright, let's see here. Can we run this command itself? I don't understand why I'm getting assembly errors here. Unless it's something it's including. Include MD start. MD start would be like... because that would be machine-dependent start code. So that should exist somewhere in the build directory. but of course not. Oh, it's MD int, not MD start. I just realized this might not... what assembler is this compiler using? So which one of these is it trying to load? Is it loading the VAX one, or is it loading the AMD 64 one? And the VAX one... Yeah, so it's trying to assemble the VAX one with the system compiler. Of course it is. That's fucking awesome. Can I switch this to use AMD 64? This doesn't seem right. No. Fuck me, I think this compiler is completely borked. I actually do think it might be borked. I gotta think. I actually now need to sit here and think about this. OpenBSD vendors their own compiler, which means they would have made changes for it. Those changes could have easily broken cross-compilation. On top of that, I'm using Clang to build it and not Gas. Oh, I really fucking hate these Ooga Booga issues. Alright. How the hell do I get around this? Ultimately, this wants to build on VAX, but I really don't want it to build on VAX. Plus, I need to build a newer base system. The 4.2 compiler is completely borked, as far as I understand it. They completely it's not like they just use configure. They completely redid GCC to build with the BSD build system. That is a not insignificant. I was really hoping I could avoid doing this right now. Shit. Can I make this less stupid? Like, how does it actually build the cross compiler? So it is basically just hard-coded in. I could just, oh, I don't know, entirely replace it. Yeah, they just basically completely replaced the compiler of their own one. My God. Um... Are they vendoring Clang? Let me... Well, no, this is too... This version of the source is too old to have Clang in it. Yeah, the problem is that installing 3.8 is going to be kind of irritating. Shit. Alright. Well, this is our first real hurdle, and it's not the one... Well, I knew that this was a possibility, so... Option A is... I gotta jot down my I gotta, like, think about this. So, possible options. See, I'm not convinced that makefile cross would even work. 4.2 should be new enough that it doesn't have problems, but OpenBSD was building VAX with GCC 3. They were probably doing that for a reason. But the VAX backend I know is complete jank. You know what? Let me grab the net. You know what? I'm going to grab the NetBSD source code. And I'm going to let it run tools. Because that will build the cross compiler. And at least for the moment, it'll basically pull down everything I need. Let me grab, yeah, let's pull down its source code. Let's grab it there. I assume I know NetBSD also, I believe they also net vendor their toolchain. Yeah, like I'm looking here at tools. Like I said, I'm currently looking at NetBSD, because NetBSD is using GCC 10. But I have this horrible fucking sensation that I'm going to have to merge this by hand. Let me look. I'm going to look at... Well, this is checking out. I'm going to look at the source code on GitHub. Just get an idea of how bad this might actually be. So it looks like the base GNU source code is basically kind of just yeeted around. This might not be as terrible as I'm thinking it might be. Yeah, they really did a fuck ton of stuff. Like, this has been a... They like, import GCC2, only compiler Adafruit, and removed. I mean, a lot of the files in their GCC build folder have a modification date, and I'm looking at their master of 21 years ago. Like, they literally just sat on one version of GCC all this fucking time. Until Clang came around, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, like, half these files have a modification date from 20 years ago. CC Tools last modified 7 years ago, and most of the other ones is 15 years ago. My God, it really is just entirely fucking unchanged. Bin Utilities has been updated, but it looks like, again, it's just a vendored branch that they're occasionally sucking patches off the main line from. Why would you do this? You're just making... You're, like, making your life harder for yourself by doing this. Because now you are... Basically, if you want to upgrade the compiler, you can't test newer upstreams. I mean, maybe that wasn't a consideration at the time. You know, the question is, can I make an... You know what, let me see if the NetBSD compiler can even generate a VAX OpenBSD target. Because I could probably coax it into working that way. Maybe, question mark, ... Good. Wow, and you really have to appreciate that OpenBSD's performance is kind of slow. Yeah, that's my concern. It's basically... It's a bespoke version of GCC 3. I was worried that this was going to be the problem. The plus side is because it's such an ancient version of GCC, there's a good chance I don't have to do a whole lot of work to get it to go with 10. I just have to get this build system to fucking play ball with me. Presumably, NetBSD does not do anything truly atrocious to the GCC toolchain, considering that they can, considering they use multiple versions of it. I'm actually gonna have to ponder on this. This is. All right, fuck it. At this point, I'm already far enough in. It's like. Yeah, I mean, NetBSD being compilable with multiple compilers exactly fits their MO about as good as it does. It's like, so far of the BSDs, I have still find that NetBSD is the one I like the most, although it definitely has some places where it could be drastically improved. God, this is gonna... I mean, this is running on AMD 64. Like, this is not a niche architecture, and look how fucking slow it is. It's like... No, I would probably roll comp.75 bespoke. I would just do it by hand. I would not try and do what Theo has done here. I am just at least with Apple, I understand why they did it to themselves, because they had to support fat binaries. Because their CC tools basically works the same way. I am debating on how hard it would be to merge these two things. I think what I'll do, bear with me. I'm just gonna mull for a bit. My initial thought is to lower the to not try and build the base system immediately. I should just see if I can build the OpenBSD kernel, because if I can build the kernel, I could then see if I can get the OpenBSD 7.5 kernel going, and then I can loop back around and try and tackle the userland. That is sounding like a more sane path to me. And you know what? I there's a few other things we can do to maybe. Part of the problem is that cross-compiling OpenBSD is ass. But I don't think it's an insurmountable problem. So it's still updating files. Like, this is ouchie slow. Yeah, the more I think about it, let me see if I can just build the NetBSD compiler targeting OpenBSD, VAX OpenBSD 5.8. Because if I can target 5.8 as a triplex, then I don't have to do deeper fudgery. Upstream GCC should support OpenBSD. I really hope it does. But it should just be standard ELF. I can't imagine that they... Unless Fio added some magic stuff to, like, re-randomize ELF files, but I can't imagine it actually needs that to boot. Yeah, GCC has to be built with the same version. This is the stable bootstrap. But more specifically, I am just... All right, let's just get in here and let's take a look at what we have to work with. So NetBSD's build system is really simple. We are targeting ArchVax, MachineVax, J8, and I just want tools. Yep. I appreciate how simple that is. Like, NetBSD makes me happy. Yeah. Oh, and we have to make a unprivileged user. I'm actually curious. I'm a little bit curious on how much of a performance increase that, because, like, I'm on... Oh, God, that's actually a thought. Should I try and build OpenBSD 7.5 with GCC 10? Because, well, I guess they're using Clang, so the performance increase would be there, and, like, to be honest... Oh, it's OpenBSD. It's going to be slow. Alright, so it is... Well, GCC will be able to, like, just query where it gets, because this will set up all the build directories for me. I'm also going to have to figure out where I'm going to run SimH. I don't want to do it on OpenBSD because, again, the performance is fucking ass. I mean, Parallels might be, like... I suspect, you know, now that I'm looking how it works more on AMD 64, I do think Parallels is roughly the speed it will run on non-virtualized, although I would have to try it in actual Ashi Linux to know that for a fact. And you know, I do know people, you know, I do know there's someone I should be able to ask who can put OpenBSD on and do a quick benchmark for me. Like, if anyone has an M2 Mac or even an M1, just so I have a rough idea of what's supposed to be like. So I'm just going to let it do all the depend steps, because this is going to basically set up the tool directory, and then I should basically just be able to step into that directory, rerun, configure, and get the cross compiler I want. Because that's building automake. I usually listen to lo-fi techno, but I've had so many problems with Content ID that I just don't, and I'm not currently listening to any music. It's like, you guys get to hear the soundtrack, but I don't. Okay. Well, I mean, ultimately speaking, I'm mostly just doing this for my own entertainment. Like, I don't pretend that anyone's actually going to use this seriously, but it's something that I can work on that I don't actually have to, like, sit in a video editor and do shit with. I probably could ask Black Coffee Drinker or someone else to go through the VODs, edit them into a coherent basically lay them out in a narrative, and then I could edit something together. I'm not even recording these. Like, when it comes time to make the video, I will simply pull the VODs off YouTube, just because I just can't right now. I mean, you really have to appreciate the guy who actually fixed the VAX toolchain, because the toolchain is why VAX support has historically been ass. And I just feel like creating open... I'm not going to be able to call it OpenBSD. I'm probably going to have to call it something else, because OpenBSD is obviously trademarked. I'm making code modifications. And realistically, let's be honest, I think it'd be kind of cool if it was like retro BSD. Because ultimately, if I do succeed in bringing back the VAX port, I don't think Alpha has seen the same love in its compiler that VAX has, but if it ever did, we could take a stab at bringing back OpenBSD Alpha. Yeah, so now it's doing configuration Zen. Oh, right, because Zen 2. This is GMP. Okay. NBSD sounds. But, you know, the funny thing is that to make it look right, I'd have to write it as lowercase n. So it'd be lowercase NBSD. Or n lowercase c BSD. I mean, there's nothing else to do now but let this compile, because... ultimately, it does. I do think I'm going to need to cross-compile. Well, I shouldn't say I don't need to cross-compile, but if I can get GCC 10 to build the damn kernel, then I feel a lot more fucking optimistic on actually getting this to work. But, you know, because we can test the kernel, I can stick it on the MOP server and see if the system will boot. So I can really test this quite easily. Okay, I'm starting to feel quite a bit better about this plan. It doesn't seem as atrocious as it felt at first glance. All right, let's carry on. So far, so good. The other possibility is we use distcc and we build from an emulated VAX. In that way, it will bypass a lot of the problems with the cross compiler, and we could even do releases. But it would still do all the pre-processing on the VAX, and that just sounds painfully slow. Yeah, the more I think about it, trying to get the 5.8 kernel to build with GCC 10 seems like the lowest target through the lowest achievable goal for the most amount of return of effort for the least amount of effort, because that ultimately will tell me what the state of the toolchain is and how screwed I am. Because then it'll tell me that my toolchain is sane and I can gut and what I can gut. So, yeah. I'm also haven't seen anything that telling me that I can't use OpenBSD as a build system or something of that nature. So it might... Assuming I can still use the makefile cross target, at least in the early stages, like I'm sitting here. Sorry, I'm just brainstorming out loud at this point. Yes, the one thing I don't know is if the Vax patch actually landed in GCC upstream. I think it did, but again, I want to basically just build from the NetBSD one because I know that will work. I mean, it just astounds me. Like, look at the speed that Configure is running. Like, that's how Configure runs on SideGen. You know, and it's like, on one hand, the OpenBSD devs, I think, are actually correct that there is too much emphasis on performance over correctness, because you get a lot of stupid bugs because the damn plumbing is too complicated. I mean, more realistically speaking, when you do something like a systemd notification on Linux, which has to pass through dbus and then out the other end, and it doesn't work, where do you even start debugging it? Like, conversely, you can take a slower performing but much more easier to understand system and get a whole lot farther than that. Dbus is probably a bad example of that, although I have had some really fucking annoying issues debugging dbus in the past. It does actually look like to me it's building GCC. It's building. It's got to be using MB Make instead of GNU Make. I guess that actually is valid. Configure should work with non-GNU Make. I mean, it'll generate make files for. No, generally speaking, I don't use gmake unless I actually have to. It's pretty rare when I actually have to. Like when I was doing AIX stuff. Okay. Cool. Good to know. That is a lot of configuring. Like, I almost wonder if I should just go to GCC upstream, but... Hold on, you know what? I do just want it to build because it'll also build all the dependencies. Although I assume that we have the dependencies? Question mark? Question mark? I am actually really curious now. Like, did the Vax patches make it into GCC upstream? I'm actually going to go take a look. Because if I could just use upstream GCC, then it actually would be a lot easier. Okay, so there is a GCC mirror. So where's the fucking code generator for Vax? Like, when was the last time any of this fucking code ever got touched? Like, let's look at the Vax config file. Here we go. Here's all the Vax stuff. So when was the last time any of this actually got changed? History of folder. So I'm looking to see here. So here's mode CC, because that was essentially the thing that made the compiler not suck on Vax, combined with a lot of other work. So your GCC... They have a lot of additional commits that just, like, updating copyright, which is kind of irritating. Let me see what chat's saying. Right now we're cross-compiling, although I'm somewhat befuddled on how we're actually going to get there. I'm in a page of twisty, turny passages, all of them alike. Because at the moment, I'm not sure if the upstream Vax compiler even fucking works. If GCC well, I get this point, it's GCC 11. If GCC 11 Vax actually fucking works, and considering that it's still in GCC source code, which means that someone did actually commit code to it to prevent it from being obsoleted, I could just try upstream GCC. I would probably... Let me see how hard it is to get the NetBSD compiler liberated. I probably could just build the kernel directly with this compiler. Like, I can't imagine why that wouldn't work. Like, why wouldn't... I'm actually trying to think why that would not work. Like, why couldn't it... Just for the kernel itself, which has to be a freestanding ELF file, it shouldn't matter. Because you can build the Linux kernel with a Linux-targeted cross-compiler, or you can build it with a none. It's just when you try to build the userland, you run into problems. But the kernel itself should be entirely freestanding. It has to be. I mean, even NetBSD ships the source of the kernel independently of the sys one, so I should hypothetically be able to get it to build with the NetBSD compiler. Whether the end result will boot is an entirely different question. Like, that is a kind of a wild / deep thought. I am a bit tired. Like I said, I just slept so poorly last night. Like, yeah, I should be able to build the OpenBSD kernel with the NetBSD compiler. If that doesn't work, I'd be staggered. But we'll see. I can hear the fans of my desktop spinning up. Yeah, it's a theoretically. It's completely, completely theoretical. Sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here mulling on memories long past. It's been... Yeah, I mean, it's just endless scrolling. It's quite mesmerizing with the CRT blur, because that's actually how I remember it building back in the day. It's probably going to do a full bootstrap, so it's probably going... This is probably building GCC 10 WIT first, and then it's going to build the cross compiler. In fact, I'm almost certain... Yeah, I'm almost certain that's exactly what it's going to do, because usually that is, in fact, what you have to do, but... So, hold on. What is it currently installing? Okay, so it is actually installing the cross compiler. At least it looks like it was. Eh. Yeah, I could definitely use a yogurt. I could definitely use yogurt. Sadly, I have no yogurt. I have no yogurt and thus must scream. That even by my standards, that was a groaner. I'm sorry. I'm legitimately sorry for that one. I mean, there's nothing to do here but wait. Life is like a container of yogurts. You know exactly what you're going to get. God, even by my standards, that's cynical. Turns out I do has yogurt. It's honey flavored. Is this millennial life? Is this like peak millennial life? Sitting at your desk, live streaming on the internet, talking about life while eating yogurt. I am reaching for my yogurt. Oh, this is a big container of yogurt. This is yogurt. You know those Snicker commercials? That's how I feel right now. This is a proper moment. Hey, look, it's done building. Ooh, man, that is some good yogurt. I'm going to have to get back to that. So we can has GCC. You know what? We're just gonna go with this one. Export path. Okay, cool. All right. So now can I actually build the kernel with this? Like, if we just go into source 5.8, not source 5.8, I need the sys. Well, let me actually go into there and let me see if I can use this. Go into the sys folder. 5.8 sys. make archvax, machine vax, target vax. Okay. I don't know if that's actually doing... It's obviously just building a whole lot of code right now. Oh, no, it is actually... Looks like it was actually doing stuff in archvax. Like... Yeah, it's building it with the current compiler, but it did actually, you know, do things. All right, let me clean that. So let's put cc netbsd elf vax gcc. There's no cxx, and then ld would be netbsd vax ld. Do I have to rehash? Oh, it's vax. It's the other way around. That's actually... Alright, that looks like it's compiling. Okay, so we need to change the assembler. AS, VAX, NetBSD, ELF, AS. Why is it getting those include folders? Let's go back up to the top level makefile. Oh, why is this lagging? My Wi-Fi has been really shitty tonight. I think the answer we do here is we just... grab that. I can't believe it's not toolchain. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I can do a find replace here. Like, I can do an actual find replace here. Like, why am I doing this the hard way? I have technology. Alright. Oh, it's, I got that wrong. Nope, that wasn't right. Alright. Alright, we just need to make clean in that folder, I think. Obviously, there's some files somewhere that it's not happy about. Okay. Something ain't right. What is it doing? Oh. Because of course it is. Okay, alright. Now we're actually getting somewhere. So make file cross. So this needs to be GCC. Hey, look, it's actually building. It is actually building. It exploded, but it got pretty far in actually building. Alright, so why is it now unhappy? It looks like it's using the wrong assembler? Question mark? Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to be here. So it tries to build with the Vax thing, the standalone boot library. And then it falls over with an assembler issue. What is that option? Dump specs? Yeah, dump specs. Please don't be there. Please don't be there. Please don't be there. Where is it getting that include path? More specifically, it's including a directory it shouldn't because of the headers. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to use this compiler as is. I was kind of hoping I was, but yeah, because it's now trying to go with the AMD 64 header. Shit. Okay. Come on. I'm getting some weird lag. Alright, so there's the configure, there's the target. Bug URL with diagnostics, if auto invent. Yeah, look, it's not saying assist root. That's why this compiler is not working the way I'm expecting it to work. Oh, no, it is using assist root. It's using this as its assist root, which doesn't exist. Ah, the most perfect sys root, the one that does not exist. I'm gonna have a scoop of yogurt while I think. All right. You know what? Screw it. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go. I'm just gonna roll my own. It's usually a pretty stupid idea, but I actually think I know what I'm doing. My one. Let me actually think about this before I actually commit. Why is it trying to use... Am I using the wrong command? Target vax. That's correct. So why is it getting the... That... It kills me that every time... Like, I don't even get consistent failures. Right, so that's using the standard cross one, not the one we just cooked up. Wait, where was I working if that's not the... Was I in here in 5.8 root? I don't think so. Like, I did make changes to the actual... No. Am I losing my mind here? I probably did something like in the source 48 directory. Source 58. Like, yeah, did I do it here? Yeah, I did do this here. Okay. So we go to sys. Question is, I don't know where it's getting. I feel like there's a way to uninclude a directory. So it's including libisa, blah, 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 blah. Fine, that all looks correct. Like, how is this getting included? You know what? Hold on. I can see how it gets included. Oh, wait. Well, I'm being stupid. I can give it the V option, which will show me the include path it's using. Where do I need to be for this to work? All right. Sys archvax stand boot object libsa. This feels like the right directory. You know, I need to use... Alright, hold on. It's saying that no input files. Right, and there's no... So these are VAX. These are being compiled properly. But when we try and do... These are like self-referential. libsa. So where is it trying to reach this? It's trying to reach sys libsa. And it's saying that doesn't exist. There we go. I can't tell you how much I've been tempted to fork Cool Retro Term to have some less bad behaviors, I should say. All right, let me see here. Did I get... So it looks for user include. So it starts as include search tree down there. Let me get back to looking at chat. Sorry, I am kind of in the zone. Okay, so chat is now having an interesting conversation about AI. Archvax. So there's edian.h files basically everywhere in this folder. Okay, search path. Include operations. Include syntax. All right, so apparently if I put -I, it will actually use that over... I think I actually did know that. So I think I just need to tell it where to look. So I need echo... Yeah, alright, so let me throw that and make file.cross. You know what? I don't actually need those files there. Let's just move them out of the way. Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. So that's what it's looking for. It's looking for user include machine, which is a link. Okay, now we see it. There it is. So, all right. I'm doing horrible things to this system, but it's in the name of science. Look, it's building. That is actually building. Okay, so what is it unhappy about? L value required as left operand of assignment. Isn't that or equals? Hold on. C operands. Yeah, it's a bitwise or. It probably just doesn't like this syntax. So I should just be able to do... Nope, doesn't like that. L value required as... Is it not like the cast? Okay, now we're getting into a couple of mismatches with stuff. Okay. So static declaration follows non-static declaration, fine. I probably should do this in a source-controlled folder, but I just want to see how far I actually can get with it. So we have a static declaration there. And you're complaining about it there. I think data just needs to have static added to it. That doesn't feel right. Multiple storage classes in declarations. Yeah, I think no, you know, it would be static because there'd be one throughout the entire project. Because static would be a global symbol in the BSS. Well, we're gonna find out. Unknown operation. Okay. What? 48. It doesn't like 48 for some reason. Wow, this code is actual University of California code. That is some old code. Unknown operator. Okay, so what is it? Like, I don't... It's still trying to build the... okay, so can I put a /v? What is it actually trying... Like, what is it assembling with? Let me get an E here so I can also see what the output is. All right, that didn't quite go the way I wanted it to go. Do I have that file here? No. Where did that file get popped out? Okay, then. I'm confused. But that's okay. Yeah, you're right. That is going to... You're right. Tech Flash, you are correct about that. Okay, I should be definitely watching closer. It's like... If it's scoped to the history of the file, then I need to undo the change I did here. I feel like it's doing something it shouldn't be doing now. Alright, so that's going to break again. Previous declaration was here. What is this structure used for? Like, does this actually have to be a static? Because it's being defined in the same file. You have it here, and you have it here. Oh, thank you for the subscription. I'm a talking terminal, yeah. Honestly, I think I want to just do this on a clean tree, on a scratch tree, because ultimately speaking, I don't know if this is the path I'm going to actually go down. So this is ROM open. Okay, so this talks to the actual ROM interface. So what is BQ? What is this structure actually used for? Like, are you actually used in multiple places? It's only used in data, ROM-C, and... Oh, no, it's also used here. It's also used in boot X. But that's a separate declaration of it. I think I have to... You know what? I think I have to rename the one in ROM-C. I have to rename the one in ROM-C. That's what I gotta do. But wait. It then... Yeah, so it opens it there. It opens that there. And then does it use it anywhere? Yeah, look, see, it does an assignment there, but it doesn't use it anywhere. This code is actually invalid. Like, either that code is... it. What? I don't think I actually care because I'm not using this bootloader. I'm using the NetBSD one. Like, this is get assigned anywhere else. Like, here in XX boot, which God knows I have no idea what that means. The boot blocks are only used by Microvax 2, 3, VS2000, VS3000, VS4000. Well, this is code we care about. So this is the boot block that goes onto the hard disk. The other one... Oh, I like that. All bugs are subject to removal without further notice. This has got to be something relating to actual hardware. I think the solution... Like, there's... The fact that that is just a plain read like that concerns me. Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with you there, Tech Flash. That actually sounds right. God, my C is very rusty. Alright, so now we're back to dying here. So where's the O file? Where are the O files going? Like, where are we actually... So sys arch vac stand boot. Yeah, there's no O files. Yeah, there's no O files there. My brain is starting to hurt. Alright, let me see here. Okay, so that's where the object files go. I really wish fucking copy and paste worked. Alright, give me a moment. I'm actually going to put the yogurt away, but I will be back for it. Yogurt. The yogurt gives me strength. So, weird gas syntax issues aside. Okay, so let's cut back to the chase. So we have cross-sys. All right, let me put test.sh. Let's string this back into an actual command line. All right, so failing due to unknown operation. So let's... Can we e-it/v it? And then... So it writes all the files out, so it should be in the same directory as the source file, I think. Collect GCC. Yes, I think it would be. But it's not. I feel like we went through this before. Like, am I just starting to loop? Here's ROM read, lib, sa. What's the save intermediaries command? Like GCC save into... Yeah, here it is. Save intermediary files. Okay, did it actually do anything? Or maybe I can't have... You know, I don't think I can have the -v in there. Ah, okay, so hold on. I can save temps has an option to give it save temps. I can tell it just to put it somewhere else. Like I can do that. Or Google will lie to me. Okay. I am deeply, deeply confused. Where is this file going? Where is it not going? What is it doing? Ah, good. Okay. libza is up to date. C library up to date. So then it switches to... So it's here. Okay, so it's here. So it switches to directory here. It switches to directory here. Make object directory is here. Okay, there it is. There it is. So it tries to put the output files here. It says it's up to date, then it goes on to try and build urem, and then goes kaput with ignoring statement due to unknown operator, which implies a problem with the assembler, but it's a mystery. This file was copied over from OpenBSD to NetBSD, and it was actually changed in 2013. Why was this file changed? When in doubt, look in the attic. Like, seriously, let me look in the attic and see what is going on with this file, because maybe there's a hint. Maybe this is a OpenBSD-ism. Boot. So I'm in the boot directory. Use entry macros for function prologues rather than providing register save mask as number. So here's the so this was changed. Diff to previous. So there's a header file called machine ASM that should be expanding this out. So that becomes entry ASM label becomes prof prologue, and prof prologue lives up here. Data 1 long 0. SM label. So there's no prologue because we're not building for profiling. So then this should just become... It should just become entry ASM label and reg. But I don't think it's doing that. No, we're not building profiling, at least not from the kernel command line. It could be in a config file. I don't know why it would be, but it could be. I'm a little concerned about that, but I think the easiest thing to do here is I can just back this patch out. It's not actually necessary. Well, at least it's a better error message than I was getting before. First unrecognized character is M. Actually, yeah, no, hold on. That belongs in the next line, like that. Yeah. It doesn't like that? Well, now it's on to the next file, which has the same problem, but now... So there's entry, and so when does it decide which one it uses? It wants alt entry. So alt entry type function. Does it just not? udiv 50. Yeah, we're definitely making headway. There's the assembler is actually what's unhappy. That is, I mean, it makes sense, but also annoying as shit. I am just mystified at this point. So it's basically falling over because this assembler has changed in some way. Like, can I just put it as X and just, like, make it happy that way? Well, it'd have to be like X like that. I have that distinct feeling that's actually not going to work. That's actually a different failure message. So entry mock depth start. I almost had it right. So entry. If that's the way this has to be defined, then you need to be like that. Word reges, and then. All right, so now we're going back up the boot process because now we're back to udiv udiv s, which is unhappy with as entry. Which becomes entry ASM label. Alright, I gotta look at how this file originally looked at. Like, I am going to have to go up to Arch, Vax. Include asm.h. Let me see what chat's saying, because chat's probably yelling at me. Yeah, I have that feeling that it is a newer assembler because they were using binutils 217. Okay, so the entry. So let's just try this entry because this is what it was originally. Now that we've fiddled with it a bit. Still unknown operator. What does it not like? It says that this gets defined as type X function X colon like that. So that's valid. So let me get rid of this because it should go into text by default. You shouldn't have to specify it. It just does not like that. Like, I don't even understand why it is unhappy with the syntax. Alt entry X, unless it's bitching about word size. Alignment text, alt entry. So... Wait, is it alt entry or as entry it's complaining about? AS entry. But... that's a C function entry. Because it's underscore. My god, this is a mess. This is a fucking mess. I really hate code that gets fucking... Because it's in the code that says that if it's an ELF file, and I'm looking at it on the other screen, and C functions start with underscore underscore, which like makes complete sense. But then you have this, and we get ASM label. So what is ASM label defined to? If I just look, yeah. So ASM label just gets passed through to X. It doesn't actually fucking do anything. That. So ASM label, or AS label for AS label, it goes to entry AS label, and then it defines prof prologue, which should not be defined, but let's just make sure of that. Yeah, it isn't defined. Okay, so at least that's sane. So we go to entry, we hit alt entry, it reaches words reges. Oh, you know what? That needs a semicolon after it. Nope, that's not a semicolon. It's... Well, that would be defined out as a new line. So word reges, it would be variable substitution from there to there. But it doesn't seem to understand... How the fuck does it not understand dot word? It has to understand dot... Like, what? This is why I'm basically doing this on a scratch branch. Because, you know, we could... You know, just for the sake of argument, comment that out. udev like that. Because that's what the old file looked like. I mean... Well, okay. We're now getting somewhere. Now we're getting to casting errors. Yeah, I'm definitely going to want to do this again after just getting an idea. Like, at this point, I'm not expecting... Wow, that is some magical code. I can get rid of the char on this side. That is some magical code, chat. I wonder if I give it F permissive if it starts building better, but let's... Because I'm just seeing if we can even get it to build. Oh, that doesn't actually work. So I have R size, and I have... So it had to do it like that. I think... Does that work? I have that feeling that doesn't work. Left value required is left value of assignment. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it... Let me catch up with the chat. So size T and buffer. It takes in buff. And then it's... It's incrementing the base buffer pointer. Am I understanding that code correctly? Yeah, it reads into buff, and then it increments the buffer pointer on the next one. That's what this code is doing. By our size, which is read size. So, yeah, that's exactly what it has to be. I think there was a second place it was doing that. Oh, right. I gotta get rid of it on that side. Where was the other one? Because I thought it was doing it in two places. All right, well, let's see if it just takes that now. Oh, 533. Buff is void. Oh. I got it right in one and wrong in the other. Okay, now what did it blow up on? Hey, we're getting places. Wow, it really does not fucking... We're not even in the kernel. We're in the first stage bootloader. This is going to require a lot of... Yeah, boy. You know what? Let me just see if I can give it F permissive. I feel like this is the... I think that's less pain. Yeah, I'm just going to give it F permissive. Did that actually help? Oh, I guess that permissive doesn't work on this target. Annoying. It really just doesn't like those casts. Yeah, it was this is code that was taking advantage of invalid C behavior. This should never have actually compiled. I have that horrible feeling getting this to compile is going to be a fascinating project. Alright, in this particular case, I think I can just delete the leading... Like, can I just delete that and it'll be okay? No. Yeah, it gets incompatible function. What is this guard? Oh, I see how... It's allocating the block if it's null. What is our desk? And I'm assuming that's like... Yeah, the cast is meaningless, but why are they doing it like that? Because they basically need to allocate the pointer. I guess I can just get rid of it, because I mean, here it's completely meaningless. They're just allocating the pointer. I don't know why you would cast it like that. I mean, we're getting there. All of this is stuff that touches bare metal. Yeah, it's like all the stuff that touches bare metal. Is like where they've put those weird casts. Well, okay, look, it's now trying to link. It's not linking, but, okay. So now we need to figure out how to get those symbols to be global, because the linker definitely doesn't like... It didn't like global when I gave it before. Oh yeah, I should probably close some of these. Well, the problem was it was rejecting global when we tried it. It also needed to be... Well, let's just try that and see what happens. Did it actually rebuild anything? So it did rebuild it. There's quite a few undefined stuff, but it's probably because it's all, you know, all the way down. Well, there's all the UREMs fixed. So I think we just gotta do the same thing here. We're gonna have to go back and, like, fix the header files, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna have more problems than that. Okay, that wasn't quite enough. Oh, that would also help. It's not you, Okay. Undefined reference to divisor. Okay. Define divisor. It's not it's not pre-processing it. That's the problem is it's not getting pre-processed. Look, the divisor is right there, and it just goes, or it. Because it's treating divisor as a symbol. The fuck? So now it's complaining that there's no references. Undefined references to index. Long jump. I think it's assuming there is a built-in. Let me see here. Built. Yeah, I think those are all built-ins that it needs. Built-in. All right, so built-in prefix. So I'm guessing in old GCC it would have just used the built-in. Oh, that is gonna be fucking miserable. That is just gonna suck. Hold on, let me see if all the functions it wants are actually here. Like, do we have built-in? Yeah, outside of C strict mode, maybe handles built-in functions. All these functions have corresponding versions prefixed with hyphen underscore underscore built-in underscore. Oh, that's gonna really suck to fix. I'm not going to stop right here. I'm going to take a brief... Hey, look, it's Happy 420. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to look at some more, because I really have to think about this. If it's using the built-in functions, so be it, but I'm going to have to figure out how we're going to handle that long-term, because I assume that's going to be true throughout the whole damn code base. And that might mean I have to do global search and returns. We can't just include setjump because we don't have a C library. This is freestanding code. This is the first stage bootloader. This is wanting to use... This wants to use the compiler built-ins. That's why it's doing that. Yeah, it has to, because ultimately speaking, this code cannot... Can't find library start, boot sim, undefined reference. Like, it's all undefined references all the way down. It also looks like a few files like ROM read vax just aren't being defined properly. Yeah, I'm going to take a 5-minute break and then I'll look at it some more. We definitely don't have the macros for machine.asm.h to be correct. Because obviously some things are not getting declared as globals. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm going to have to do, is I'm going to have to create a macro file that just redefines it. And I have to add it to each place, or I have to search replace in the source code. Search replacing in the source code is probably... yeah, no, I'll just add a header file. I just need... I need a few minutes. I just need a little bit of time to compose myself, because this is proving to be a fascinatingly painful process. But I'm learning! I don't know if I want to do this with a header. Yeah, I think a header is probably the cleanest way to do this, unfortunately. So that would be like define Sterling X as built-in Sterling stringlen X, like that. So now we go to a file that is missing something like nfs.c. Like I'm definitely going to have to do this over because I don't know if I like this approach, and this is basically a scratch directory for me right now. Let me get in the sys folder. See, part of why I just don't want to add a header to it is then I'm going to have a problem if I ever want to... Well, actually, no, because if I ever build it on another platform, I'm still going to use a new GCC. I'm not going to use the legacy one. So let's see if that works. Do I just need to do something like define like this to this? I guess that would probably be more correct. But nfs.h is still complaining. Okay, at least the file is getting read. So you need to be defined hyphen built in. I'm just looking at the documentation to make sure I'm understanding how this actually works. And CRC. Yeah, let me see what chat's saying. I guess I could put it in a pre-existing header. I don't think that's going to be the easiest approach to doing this. Like I said, I'm just going to go with an approach for now, and then I'm going to think about it after the fact, how I really like it. But why is this just unhappy? Like right here, NFSO, undefined reference to Sterling, even though I have now, in theory, defined it. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I haven't. Hold on. Maybe it's getting used. Hold that message. Well, that didn't actually fix it, but... machine built in. Machine built in. I mean, I could actually just define it as compiler arguments. It's just it should just be a D. Define. Like, I could do that. Does that make a difference? Yeah, undefined reference to Sterling. Where I'd assume that it would disappear if it worked. Let me just do a search replace in that file then. Like, maybe I can't do it that way. Maybe I actually have to replace it in file. That doesn't make sense to me, but it is possible? Something's not getting cleaned. Like, something's not getting rebuilt. I don't know how many notes I'm going to have. It's like, I'm recording the VOD mostly so I could go back and reference it. The fact that people watch me and occasionally throw money at me also helps. If you like this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoy this content, like, if you ever watch major name influencers, you know, it's the forced high energy that just keeps people watching. It's like, it's incredibly effective, at least with drawing in younger audiences. Like, cross. I mean, that's where the so-called YouTube face comes from. Why am I still getting fucking use for use functions. Private observers built-in expanded. Built-in versions to forms. Built-in both. Many of these functions are only optimized in certain cases. They're not optimized in a particular case. A call to the standard library is emitted. So I can't use it? Like, Jesus Christ, this documentation is... That is really fucking annoying. I think I have to define it somewhere. It looks like it only does the built-in when it optimizes. You can't just fucking call it. That is actually somewhat of a problem, because it means I either have to define... I technically don't need the first stage bootloader. I don't actually need it. I am currently debating right now if I'm better off trying to get OpenBSD working with GCC 10 on the local system, because that way I could make the code base build with it and have a better idea of what might or might work. Like, oh wait, but I'd still have to be running 5.8. Shit, that doesn't work. That is actually a somewhat difficult problem. I can only technically build OpenBSD 5.8 on top of 5.8. Well, I could probably build the 5.8 kernel from 7.5. I probably just wouldn't be able to build the rest of the base system, but it should theoretically be buildable. Like, because ultimately I'm going to deal with platform-specific problems due to GCC 10. I'm going to have to deal with Arch-specific ones. Right now we're hitting all the Arch-specific ones because it's building libsa, which is the freestanding standalone library. Fucking hell, that is not an easy decision on where to take this. Because, unfortunately, the compiler that's used in VAX is complete garbage. The VAX backend of GCC basically bit rotted. It was part of why the OpenBSD port was taken out back and shot. And they were still building on GCC 3.3, even though 4.x is out. I know from looking at NetBSD, they were not able to use GCC 4 either. So I know for a fact that the compiler they were using had considerable issues, and the newer compiler is less borked. And ultimately speaking, I don't think I'm going to be able to get OpenBSD to build the modern one to build with 3.3, and I don't think I really want to. But that is actually a really valid question. Like, I don't know if I know GCC's internals well enough to be able to successfully merge VAX patches and get it building with 4.x. The ultimate end goal is to get OpenBSD 7.5, but they are obviously not using GCC 10 either. I gotta tell you, chat, you guys make a great rubber duck for rubber duck debugging. I have to figure out how I'm going to solve this problem. Because ultimately speaking, I could either use GCC 10 and have less problems overall, but I'm going to have to deal with a fucking huge cliff. Or I deal with a known buggy compiler that's likely going to do stupid things, but is officially supported by OpenBSD. They used 3.3. 4.2 was available, but I believe it was built with 3.3. I don't have it installed right now. I could get on the VAX and check, but I do believe it's 3.3. Actually, you know what? I can check much easier than that. I could just, I could download the C compiler and I can actually see what they shipped. That's the easiest way. I knew this wasn't going to be easy, but I just don't want. I'm just trying to figure out how I avoid falling over at step 1. But this is very much going to be a 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of thing. My current thought here is when I tried to use GCC 3X on NetBSD 7, because that was the compiler that was shipped there, it was dealing with internal compiler faults and it was icing. It was just completely and totally shit and garbage. It looks like the only backend that was still using 3.3 was the Motorola 88X port. So I guess conceivably you could still build it, but fuck it, I'll just extract it. Yeah, look, 3.36. Like, that is... I really don't want to be using 3.6. Because I'm trying to do the most recent version of OpenBSD. I'm just doing this as a starting point. It doesn't help that the makefile cross doesn't even seem to work, and I've historically had problems with GCC3 based cross compilers. I know it can be done. I have done it in the past, but GCC4 is what made cross compiling be not entirely shite. But I may not have to deal with that immediately. Well, ultimately speaking, VAC support was still in tree for 5.9. It just wasn't built, and then it was yanked a little bit afterwards. So 5.9 should just build, but Makefile Cross isn't even trying. It's trying to build it as a GCC4 target. So the only way I could actually do it is if I did it on the blasted VAX itself. That is going to be exceedingly slow. Like, we are talking weeks-long build times. I'm really trying to avoid that. I could conceivably build GCC 3.36 as a cross compiler, and then use distcc. That might actually be acceptable performance-wise, because ultimately speaking, SimH will run at the speed of the host. Will have the I/O of the host system. The CPU will just be slow. I would much rather be able to cross-compile if at all possible, simply because for GCC 7.5, I am going to have to bootstrap a root system. I'd either have to go for every intermediary version, which I really don't want to do, or I would have to go, cross-compile 7.5 because OpenBSD has to be compiled upon itself. That's currently why I'm just sitting here and mulling right now, because I've got multiple approaches I could take forward. No, there isn't. There's not even a Linux port of VAX. This is similar to what I've had to do with ARM in the past. I feel like cross-compiling is the right answer, and I feel like using the newer GCC is also the right answer. The ultimate question is, how hard is it actually to get to build? You know, let's actually... Here's an interesting question. Can we actually build a different cross-compile target? Like, are we borked up because we're on a 2 new OpenBSD, or are we borked up because this is borked up? Like, can we build the i386 target? All right. Like, let's actually see if we can build the i386 target, because that would have used GCC 4.2. Because then at least I know it's just the VAX shit that's broken. If this entirely is broken, then I think I'm going to have to install 5.8. I'm going to have to figure out a way to do so. It wouldn't make a difference. I have to be... OpenBSD has to be built on top of OpenBSD. But there may be ways to cheese it. That's why I am thinking about this real hard. Ultimately speaking, if I were to use distcc on OpenBSD, I would still have to run OpenBSD. I would still need a cross compiler. That's the problem. I would have to basically build with its own compiler in a configuration it doesn't particularly like. Because it doesn't look like Makefile Cross can build a GCC free target. But let's see if it builds the i386 target. Because if it builds the i386 target, then oh, I probably have to do make tools first. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Permission denied. Well, it is building the compiler. So it's first building the old GCC for itself. This is going to blow up. In fact, I know it's going to blow up. Preprocessing isn't very processor intensive. It's all I/O because it just has to load all the files. Sim8 should basically do I/O at the speed of an SSD. If I set up an entire build farm, I would actually have to set... The most sane way I could do it is if I set up an OpenBSD build farm. Like I basically have to set up like four copies of SimH, one with the build host, then distcc, and then dispatch around them. That's not the most horrific thing I've ever done in the pursuit of compilation. That might actually be the place to start, because ultimately we're going to have to do a native build. Like, we don't avoid doing a native build. Yeah, it'll build the cross compiler, it will build the kernel, and then it'll build the base system. I want to know if it'll even build the i386 port, because if it's the VAX port that's just completely borked, I can work with that. If it can't even build here, then my approach is fundamentally flawed. I will have to suck it up and do this on OpenBSD 5.8. Because I think the path of least resistance here is the right option. Ultimately, I should be able to graft the newer GCC in. I just have to think real hard on how to do it. Yeah, that was kind of what I expected. Well, no, actually, no, that one is not actually... Right. When you modify the system headers, you should unmodify them later. Did I just blow away that directory? Did I actually just do that? Oh, I actually moved the folder out of the way. AMD 64. So I have to figure out how I'm even going to run OpenBSD 5.8 because the networking doesn't work in Hyper-V. I guess I can run it in VirtualBox. Compiler fails sanity check. It's quite possible it picked up some build artifacts it shouldn't have. Let me do a cross clean and let's try that one more time. I'm kind of sitting here just mulling right now. Oh, did I not? I feel like I think I'm going to have to install 5.8. I don't think I get around this. I'm just trying to figure out. I could emulate it on the MacBook Pro. I could conceivably run it on the Pi, although that sounds painful. Although realistically speaking, it's probably not that horrible. But if I could figure out a way to native compile and not make it complete and total ass, that would be the best of both worlds. Because OpenBSD wants to be native compiled. I'm just kind of astounded at the things that the old compiler lets you do. I really am. You know, I realized I should write some bug reports for myself. Yeah, you know what? Let me actually do that, because at this point, if this is going to be an ongoing project, then I'm going to have to keep notes. All right, issues. Well, it is building GCC, like I said. Let's just see if it actually builds. Because if the Vaxpor is completely knackered, which I suspect it is, then I've got bigger problems. Yeah, see, we ran into this problem before. Old GCC do not like being built with Clang. That be the long and short of it. I am current. You know, I'm gonna run a poll because I want to ask the audience. Because I'm wondering if I should. Let's see here. All right, I've got a straw poll running. The build system very much wants to be native compiled. Cross-compiling is not officially supported, and I can't do make release on a different one. I just realized I got the options wrong. It should have been native compile with distcc and cross-compile. I'm very smart. I'm debating wrapping up the stream now because I have to figure out a 5/8 solution, and it's... See, I'm not tired. That's the problem. So I might just like be staring at my computer and doing shit. So yeah, SimH would definitely speed it up. I have to figure out where I'd want to run SimH to. Oh, would I want to run it on my laptop? Would I want to run it on Absolution? Because Absolution's sitting there with big honking processing power, but it's you know what? Let me get on remote desktop and let me see if VirtualBox will, if I can run VirtualBox. Because if I can just install 5.8, we can at least do a bit more. All right, so VirtualBox, like I should have it in. Oh no, it's probably not going to work because. No, I do have it here. VirtualBox. All right, new. OpenBSD 5.8. Alright. Type version OpenBSD. Let's give it 8 processors. And let's give it 4 gigs of memory. Create. Give it a lot of disk space. Okay, finished. Alright, so network attached to bridged adapter, and then I need to put it on the desktops. Giggy. Alright, let's see if it'll actually work. I have not had a lot of luck with VirtualBox as of late. It is booting. Okay, so let's see here. Install. Oh, it did get an IP address. Okay, it's downloading stuff. Or it's installing on the console. Yeah, there's no easy way I can actually screen share this, so we're gonna have to just, because I'm doing it in remote desktop. So, yeah, we'll get 5-up-8. This will work for now. This is not this is a solution that's going to need a replacement in the not so near future, but at least it'll give me somewhere to start. Yeah, so that is definitely going. Okay, let's install sets. We want to install sets from... the CD has sets. Yeah, okay, so their install CD does not have sets. Let me grab the mirror... the OpenBSD... mirror. That is FTP EU USB. PEU OpenBSD.org. Okay, grab all sets. And downloading signatures. Cool. That is working. The problem is that I'm not going to have Git. Because I'm not going to have ports. I guess I'm going to have to build... Oh, God, I'm actually going to have to build shit. Because the ports repo won't have packages for 5.8 anymore. Or at least I don't think it will. Okay. Alright, this will probably take about 10 minutes for it to install. It's extracting on the other screen right now. And honestly, I think where I'll start is just making sure I can build 5.8 on 5.8. Because at this point, I don't think I can take anything for granted, because this build system is remarkably fragile. So knowing that I can build 5.8 on 5.8 at least gives me some hope. It may not be able to cross-build the VAX port. I'm in a space. Well, it's not a matter of downloading Git. It's a matter of having to compile it with all its dependencies. I would have to actually download the porch tree and then build it that way. Like, it's not terribly difficult. It's just, it has to be done. Unless there's an archive of 5.8 packages I can point it at. Someone said they dropped a mirror of all this. Okay, well, I'll just be able to download the files. Like, I don't need to have Git for this, because at this point, I'm trying to find a place of where even to start. Like, I think I tried to be a little too ambitious on doing, like, who would have known that you can't build old OpenBSD on new NetBSD? It's OpenBSD. It's like, like, unfortunately, you know, as binary archives disappear with these things, oftentimes the only thing that survives is source code. Like, who knows the last time anyone's installed, like, the Luna 88K OpenBSD port? Okay, it's still installing. Alright, cool. Sets are done. Making all device nodes. Cool. Reboot and eject the CD. Okay. Frame buffer, it's running a bit. I'm seeing a lot of slow frame buffer update, but that, again, maybe just remote desktop being remote desktop. Oh, it's reporting a bunch of CPU halt stuff. Oh, it's not it's going. It's just also not happy about something. I think that has failed to... Oh, no, no, it's still going. It is literally lagging on the console, though. God, you guys are only hearing my commentary. I'm the one who's actually watching it. The VAX boots up faster than this. It's literally printing out like one character at a time. Something has gone horribly wrong here. Is this remote desktop? This is only like 6 years old. Why is it this broken? Yeah, it's saying like CPU halt. Oh, fuck me. Am I actually going to have to install this in fucking 86 box? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you actually fucking shitting me? I think I'm going to have to emulate it. I kid you not. It actually failed to boot. It installed, but it failed to boot. I'm just kind of staring into space right now because I don't want to debug OpenBSD on AMD 64 now, especially an old release. Like, this is fine. I am a little flabbergasted here. It actually failed to boot. It has ACPI halt errors. I'm actually going to take a screenshot of this and put it on Mastodon. Give me a moment. It's nice to know that it only takes 6 to 7 years before things start breaking in hypervisors. Okay. Oh, someone actually sent me a handy change. Dilavo, so someone named Brian Steele sent me the following message on Mastodon. Just a heads up. It's basically talking about, oh, I just realized that was a DM. That was not a public message. Shit. Long story short, does not have enough memory to compile the latest version of GCC. It wasn't ported to GCC 4. I, in fact, know that the compiler has been built on it. Okay, so there are actually significant changes to their GCC. Okay, that is... so apparently the main reason GCC 4 was removed was due to memory issues with it building on VAX. I don't actually have an x86 64 Lappy that works. The only thing that I think that might work is my Synology NAS, and that's a... God, what would actually be faster? Emulated i386 or a Celeron? So ultimately speaking, OpenBSD is tied to its own compiler. It probably... I can't imagine it would be that horrible to liberate it to a stock GCC, but obviously it's going to be an uphill battle to do so. I could technically do it on the NAS. It even runs a fucking VPN. I'm actually thinking about that one. Like, I have actually tried running VMs on it, and it's a RAID 6. Well, it's a Synology SHR2, which is basically RAID 6 reliability. I think it's a J4, and it has 20 gigs of RAM because it was really cheap. As it came from Synology, it only had 4 gigs, and I wanted to run a few light Docker instances. And as it turns out, you can put a 16 gigabyte module in this thing. So now I have a Synology NAS with very little processing power, but lots and lots of memory. Okay, so I think the point here is if GCC 4 is usable, we should use GCC 4. That means ultimately getting the VAX port up to GCC 4, building on that, and then going forward. And if we have an actual problem, then we handle it. All right. If I need a better GCC, I will deal with it then. I could probably use GCC 10 in places where it's needed, But if OpenBSD is basically building with GCC 4. It's a question of how good the code gen is. All right, you know what? I think we have a plan. I actually do think I have a plan. Let me think about the best way to run 5.8 here. Ultimately, the best solution is if I can run it on the MacBook Pro. If I could actually run it on my MacBook Pro, it would be ideal. I think eating the performance penalty for emulating it at this point is a no-brainer. Yeah, that's exactly what I need to do. Let me open UTM up. Let me see if we can actually do this. Let's see here. Virtualize, other. All right. AMD 64. Yeah, let's see if we can actually install it in UTM. The CD is downloading right now. Because if I can run it in UTM in emulation, my poor MacBook Pro is not going to be happy about this. But at least I don't have to be steady internet connection. I can tinker on it as need be. Yeah, it installed successfully on VirtualBox. It failed on the reboot, which means that they probably pushed an update out, which broke it. Or their install kernel. It's the LCG issue all over again. So, yeah, give me a moment. Sorry, I'm just. This has been an interesting night for me. Like, on one hand, I actually feel like we've made some pretty good strides here. On the downside, you know, it's getting a message like that. But ultimately, that's what makes this type of project kind of interesting for me. Why is it saying it's going to take 2 hours to download? What? Is my internet really being that fucking flaky tonight? Like, this feels like it's downloading from archive.org. Fuck it. At this point, I can use the time to think. So I will. Because ultimately speaking, the next step is if there's not enough if no VAX system has enough memory to run GCC, then we have to do it in emulation. But we can cheat with both hands because I could put a swap file big enough to make it go. There's no reason why that should not work on a VAX. I've done it on Linux a ton of times. And unless the OpenBSD memory allocator fundamentally cannot handle a memory allocation larger than physical memory, that is I can't imagine that being the case. But I also know that OpenBSD's malloc does some incredibly cursed voodoo. But there's a way to cheat with both hands. If the problem is that the compiler uses too much memory, I can run it through distcc. All I have to do is have a viable cross-compiler. And if I'm upgrade each system lock step, it should be doable. This should be doable. Does the OS has a concept of non-page pool? I don't know. I don't know the VMAP system on OpenBSD at all. I know we did it on Linux successfully when we bootstrapped Ubuntu because we were building on ARM devices with 128 megabytes of memory. Our very first hardware was essentially a fucking cell phone on a rack. It sucked. It really sucked. Like you'd be surprised at how much you can build with like half a gig of memory, and this was 10 years ago. But OpenOffice, no. Yeah, the fact of the matter is, though, yeah, that was the one thing is, like, as long as SimH lets me put a stupid amount of physical memory in, that should be fine. Like, if I can just save SimH, give me sudo 1 gigabyte of memory, which I probably have to write a kernel patch for, it should be doable. Technically speaking, if it actually comes down to it, I could write a kernel patch and extend and make it so you could use the full 4 gigs. I assume there's no actual reason why you can't, unless there's unless the page tables on VAX architecture aren't actually 32-bit. But that was a big selling point of the platform, was it was a 32-bit architecture. I really hope it can use 32 bits of full 4 gigs of memory. Past that point, as long as OpenBSD still supports 32-bit targets, it should hypothetically just work. Okay, it's still downloading. I'm downloading the CD that has the sets on it, so it's taking longer because obviously my internet just completely hates me tonight. Like, it just installed successfully on the other machine. I mean, I could just download the CD98. You know, I'm just... It says 14 minutes left. You know what? Let me at least put something on the screen. Hopefully Rogomatic isn't in the repo. Please be in there. Aww. That would have been at least funny to watch. It may be of hyphens. I doubt it, but... Do you have a clock? I'm literally stuck here waiting for Progress Bar Simulator. Oh, look, it does actually have a clock. Why is it installing GNU Step? This is probably not the a clock I think it is. Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, real-life VAX, the microVAX that I have access to has 32 megabytes of RAM, but realistically, you should be able to it should be able to handle a full 4 gig page table. Oh, the VAX's physical addresses are only 30 bits wide, so... Chad, I'm thinking this through right now. It is possible to run the linker on a 64-bit system. Realistically speaking, if I overlaid the two file systems, I could run the build on the VAX and have it run the linker on an x86 system. There's no reason why that shouldn't work. The only problem with it is, how the hell do I run rlogin? There's no way... No, there's no fucking way that... Yeah, I didn't think so. Because there's no way SSH is going to work. That just sounds painful to run OpenSSH on a VAX. Uh, 30-bit would be 1 gig. Its power, 31-bit would be 2 gig. 32-bit would be 4 gig. Realistically, that is not an insurmountable obstacle. It just requires some duct tape and some glue. I can obviously understand why they would not want to support it. But let's be honest, this is a shitpost given wings here. Ultimately speaking, I could run the linker on x86. This is GCC. GCC can be cross-compiled. The problem I ran into when I tried to do this on IRIX is that bin utilities just did not work properly with traditional ELF files, which is what IRIX actually uses. But on this case, I have the source code to the toolchain on both sides. At least unofficially, it can be I can build a cross-compiler. Which means that I could technically link it. Chad, I don't see a technical obstacle why even if I can't do it in a half gig of memory on a VAX, and let's be honest, I'd be very surprised if you can't. But even if I could actually get that to work, then it would only have to do the pre-processing on VAX. And if it only has to do the pre-processing on VAX, that is a considerably easier... That is a much smaller mountain to climb. Like, that's a significantly smaller mountain to climb. Because instead of having to run the compiler, it would only have to run CPP. Then the preprocessed file is sent by distcc to all nodes. The compilers run. If we can dispatch the linker script, the LD call, great. If not, it's still not end of the world if we have to just do the LD step on VAX. There is no technical reason why this isn't viable. Is this done downloading yet? I am still waiting for it, actually. It is 50% done at this point. I wish I had something good to put on the screen. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm literally just watching a progress bar in my web browser on the other screen. I mean, I could commentate on someone's NetHack game. 6 minutes left until this is done. 5 minutes left. Okay. Because ultimately speaking, if I can build OpenBSD VAX on emulation on x86, I can then install it on SimH. I can replace the local CC with distcc, and then run J4 from the VAX to the i3A6 box. To which machine? Right now, the file I'm waiting to download is from the European OpenBSD mirror. I don't know why it's going this slow. I think my internet's been kind of all day. I really should be I really should be recording the stream locally, but disk space is becoming kind of a concern at the moment because, like I said, I'm going to be down to a MacBook Pro for the foreseeable future. I have things I can reclaim on my desktop that I really should just do so. I have my old Linux partition that I know I have a backup of, so I should just kind of nuke and pave it. Let me, you know what, let me see if I can find a copy of A Clock. 10x is A Clock, because at least we can have a nice, here we go, 10x, A Clock, sources. Hey, look, the time. Ooh, that's actually quite nice to look at. That is actually quite satisfying to look at. Oh, it's just owned by one of my moderators. Honestly, it's the idea of porting an operating system has kind of been a tech dream. It's like I said, I got to do part of it when I helped port Ubuntu to ARM, but I've never taken something like, I've never done a raw platform port, excluding getting Tiano Core running in KVM. I did the first port of that for Linaro, but how's that download going? Okay, I'm now 3/4 of the way done, so probably another 3 to 4 minutes before this is actually done downloading. I'm going to have a lot of footage to go through, but we'll see how well it goes. All right, I'm back. Where are we? We are... It still says... It's got 30 megabytes to download. Alright. At this point, my skills are quite a few years out of date. My last OS dev experience, I haven't sat down and done low-level anything in about 8 years. And even then, it was never my specialty. Well, yes, no. I did a lot of work in U-Boot, but I did not do a whole lot of bare metal initialization. Ultimately, this is something I'm doing for my own interest, and I need to have a stable living situation before I go looking for work. Like, I am literally in the process of moving, so I'm not going to be able to meet any guarantees or deliverables. And the honest truth is I don't think I remember the ARM well enough to do it. I'd have to spend a lot of time refamiliarizing myself with it. This, by and large, has an existing VAX port. I simply have to put the pieces together. This is me relearning a lot of what goes into system engineering. Yeah. I mean, that's also the interest. That's also the challenge. I mean, I am dealing with incredibly constrained hardware. Even by embedded standards, this VAX is incredibly slow. So can it be done? I will say at some point, but I'm enjoying the novelty right now of just letting things be. I'm basically, there's a lot of stuff that's been happening in my life that, as I am writing about on Patreon as things go on, it's like, the ability to decide, the ability not to be shoehorned into a specific thing is kind of important in my life. And it's more specifically, I've appreciated my time in New Jersey, but this was never going to be my final home. I mostly ended up here due to the pandemic. And now that the pandemic has, for all intents and purposes, largely a thing of the past, I need to... Like I said, it's turning over a new chapter in my life, and this image is done downloading. And it's hoping that at the end of the day, I'm making the right call. Alright, so I want to install 5.8, continue. Okay. I don't want to virtualize this one. Did I click virtualize? I think I did. Create, emulate, other, install 5.8, architecture, yep, that's all good. And let's give it 4 CPU cores. Alright, let's see if we can actually emulate a PC. Well, it started into UEFI, which is not a good way. Here, let me... As soon as I get the installer up, I will bring it up on... Let's see here. 5.8. I know UEFI. That's what we don't need. We need... System... There we go. Disable UEFI boot. There we go. The question is, I'm a little concerned on how fast or not so fast this will be, but let's let me bring it up. It's still booting. I saw a vert.io failure up there. Yeah, that was... okay, let's try... Do we need to try some different settings? I think we're going to have to try some different settings. All right, CPU... it's an IDE drive. Yeah, it's IDE drive. Disable USB support. Let's try that again. Oh, that, I think it's happier now. Hey, there we go. That seems to have done it. All right, so install. Default. We're in EMU 58. Do DHCP. Cool. Okay, now we're actually getting somewhere. I'm a little bit... Yeah, start SSH by default. I don't expect to run X. This feels... This actually feels faster than it running on the native ARM64 port. Okay, well, that's going. Let's install. Yeah, you can continue without verification. That's fine. Chat, that's progress. I am actually quite happy about that. Now the question is, how am I going to get source control on here? Although I'm not going to worry about that the first instant, because I can just download the tarballs for now. I will probably need source control at some point, but I can live without it for the time being. Okay, so that's done. I don't care, just go for it. My laptop is very loud right now. I can hear the fan squealing on it. And considering it's a MacBook Pro, all right, let's see if it actually boots. Chad, I actually think this is faster than the native port. That is sad. At least on UTM. On Parallels, it may be a different question. I actually, you know what? We should run the benchmark if I can. Oh, radical. That is pretty. That is pretty, chat. All right. I'm assuming I can't just do package add git and have it work. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so if that's the case, I have to set the group stuff. So you need write source. And then W object. Oh, I guess that must have not been a thing in this version. Huh. I guess that's something they must have added at a later point. Okay. With that being said, so now I should be able to SSH into it. So let's go back to BSD Maker. There we go. Uh, 6410. Cool. All right, that actually, okay, that's actually, that is actually progress. Dur, dur, dur. All right, so now let's actually grab the source and sys folders. Let's see how bad this is going to be. I have not historically had good luck with emulating AMD 64. Oh no. FTP EU OpenBSD.org. Well, this is off to a smashing start. Yeah. That went about as well as I thought it was going to go. It wasn't FTP. Was there HTTP in these? No. You really don't appreciate modern command line advancements like a way to download files until you don't have them, chat. Okay. Please tell me I have it locally. No, but I can just grab it like that. Right. I'm going to SCP this down from the BSD Maker. Because I have it there already, so I don't technically need to, like, you know... was it... No, hold on. Where was that? That was, 205. Nope. Oh, no, that's the pie. I don't need the P on the pie. There we go. Source. Where's the... Do I have the sys source in there? Yeah, okay. Michael Richmond, where did you put the website? YouTube eats links, and it's really hard, annoying to... Oh, here it is. I see it. I see the one you shot me. Thank you. Actually, let me try that. Let's see if we can just use that. Although... Oh, no, you know what? Let me SCP that down, because this is still going to be faster. I should not have Control-C that, but... Yeah, let's just let this, because it may actually be my Wi-Fi, the laptop being on Wi-Fi. Although that is obnoxiously slow. I'm not going to question it. I really... Yeah, it probably does, but again, this is just easier because I already had them downloaded. I just, it's probably because I'm using most of the bandwidth available streaming, and my network is pretty busy at the moment. Like, I'm probably actually I probably have to set... I really just have to wire the damn laptop in. I've had problems with my USB hub. It has Ethernet on it, but the MacBook Pro doesn't seem to like the Ethernet chip on it. It was fine with the old laptop, and I just haven't paid to replace it yet. Okay, well, there we go. Okay. Do I want to use Git for this? Probably not yet. How do I set the mirror for this? Alright, let's see if that just works. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected was going to happen. Is there any possibility it will let me just not do S? Maybe? Nope. Oh well. Yeah, I'd have to download the files and rehost them. Okay, I'm not going to care about that right now then. If we're going to do this right, then let's do this right. Or actually, I don't need to be root for this. User source. I mean, chat, that seems reasonably fast to me. Like, I think this is going to be viable. Maybe I was fretting over nothing. Because when I tried this with Solaris, it was unusably slow. But that also could have been Solaris. Like, let's make sure we can actually build OpenBSD 5.8 on 5.8. Because if we can build 5.8 on 5.8, then we can start getting a little bit more creative. We can see if we can cross-compile it. And then if we can cross-compile it, then we start seeing if we can native compile it. Because I think that, based on that message, I'm thinking the best option is to actually just go incrementally through each release and deal with the hiccups as that comes. Like, this is not going to be fast. But considering how slow OpenBSD ARM64 was on this machine, this is fucking cruising. Like, this is like driving my general sensation with OpenBSD is you're driving the equivalent of, I was going to say a Yugo, but I actually wanted to say something with good engineering, so I am trying to make the car comparison. I would say it's probably the same sensation I get from running OpenBSD is like driving the most boring Honda Civic known to mankind, or like a hatchback, like some of the Toyota hatchbacks. You don't have power windows, you don't have power locks, you don't have power steering, you don't have you have the most basic radio known to mankind, and you have an engine so dead simple stupid that a mechanic from 50 years ago would be able to fix it, let alone one from today. And while you have absolutely no creature comforts, you have a vehicle that will basically keep going until rust and gravity removes the engine. But I also don't want to be driving on interstate speeds days on end on that as a daily driver. Like, I don't understand people who buy large F-150, 250 trucks and daily drive them. Not because, you know, I get it from the big truck perspective, but they just... I find them the most uncomfortable rides because of the suspension. It is slower than it would be if it wasn't native emulation, because look how long... It is still taking a fair bit of time to extract all the files. But that should have it. Alright, that does have it. Alright, chat, do we go for broke or do we try a cross-compile? I think I want to confirm that I can do a native compilation at this point, because there's been so much... Like, this I assume would work, but I also feel like taking anything for granted on this is the path to madness. So, if we just want to do a native compile, it's make J4. Oh, that's not fast. It's not terrible, but that's not fast. Yeah, you know, let's go for broke. If it doesn't work, then we'll come back and try it. So let's just do makefile cross target vax J4 cross tools. Oh, right, that problem. Cross-compiler generates host and target have different size longs. Cross-compiler generates bad code. Do I really have to build this on a 32-bit system? Are you fucking kidding me? No, I actually think I should heed this warning. Like, at this point, let's find something that actually works, and then we can work from there. Like, at this point, yeah, no, I actually think I'm going to heed this. I'm going to heed this dragon. Let me get the i386 version, because that should be okay. That should have the same long size, and it's going to be 32-bit then instead of 64. Let's grab the CD. Actually, I'll grab the mini strap CD so we can at least watch it. Okay, yeah, because that's only 8 megabytes. That's downloading right now. God, yeah, this internet fucking sucks. Yeah, let's use a 32-bit build host, because at this point, I really want to just remove as many variables as is humanly possible. And if we can make it work, then I can then I think the end game is going to be dis-CC. I'm pretty sure that's the only viable way we're going to do this, because I'm already not liking what I'm seeing from the toolchain. I'm not going to rule out forcing it onto GCC 10, but I think it's going to hurt. More so than trying to just go with the flow, because if the VAX code gen is not completely fucking hosed, it might work? Question mark? If not, there are ways around it. Like, there are ways around it. Let me put it like that. All right, let me, let's disconnect and I will hit stop. Let's put the disk in. CD 58. And then, stop. Start. And let me change the scene, because now we're going to have to install. Okay. There we go. Let me make that big. All right. Install. Okay, there we go. All right, so HTTP, FTP EU, OpenBSD.org. All right, there we go. Alright, yeah, that's still going. I'm just doing some stuff in the kitchen. I'll be back while we all greatly watch Progress Bar Simulator. You know, I almost wonder if I should just not have it download the X server, but you know what? I just do not care. That is my honest answer, is I just do not care. That is impressively slow, though. Find some. Here. Paper. Alright, you know what? I think I should actually Control-C this. Like, that is just slow. And it's... Why is it that slow? Yeah, but I mean, it was this slow even when I was downloading it in the browser. I guess we can just let it run. Like, at this point, it's 2:30 in the morning. I've... There's part of me wondering what I am doing with my life right now, but I'm working on this as a part-time project, so... Yeah, so there is apparently a fair bit of stuff about that toolchains that's unique. The question, hopefully they haven't removed, I don't think they would have removed the VAC support from the vendored folders. I mean, if they have, they have. Like I said, let's see how far we can actually get, because if it just works with 4.2 or only requires relatively little massaging, then I'm kind of game. But yeah, let's lose the X sets. Let me Control-C that. Let me see if I can find a faster mirror, but I mean, like, is it on the US mirror at least? Or, well, I guess it would be the CA mirror. No, it's not on the CA mirror, and I'm assuming there's, like, no US one. Yeah, there isn't. Alright, so HTTP. Okay, that should do it. Just base and comp. If I need, I doubt, I'm not trying to build the X server, so the X server is in a separate vendor directory. If I go for broke and do it for, if I go for broke and do it, like, I'm curious, like, I should be able to at least get 5.9 to build, if nothing else. But I want to see how far I could actually take it. And actually, we are probably going to have to... Oh, you know, I just realized. We are probably going to have to build the base system. Because ultimately, I need to have the base system... if I do something like update a makefile in the base system to change GCC 3, it has to be changed in each version going forward. And that has to be installed in the local system. I probably don't have to do a full build, but it's... good to know, because I'm starting to understand the eccentricities of this build system. I can't talk today. All right. Right now, I guess we just wait. Pedal power activate. Sorry, I'm just being quiet right now. It's just... BSD RD, that's like the RAM disk. I don't know, it's just... the state of the world, I find, is just kind of depressing. Like... there's nothing I can do about it, but I mean... it's like... it's part of why I'm making such a big effort not to, look that deeply. Right now, I am taking a look at what's on Ars Technica. OpenAI backpedals on scandalous tactics sounds former employees. Why am I not surprised about that? I haven't done anything with FreeBSD. I've used it in the past, but that was probably 10 years ago since the last time I've even installed it. I have so far been rather impressed with NetBSD. OpenBSD, I think, has some saner defaults. Like, I am astounded that NetBSD doesn't have signed binary packages. It's 2023. Like, you might want to get on that, folks. It's a on the flip side, I like my operating systems to be a little bit faster. Like, the OpenBSD devs very much value correctness and security over performance, and realistically, it's possible to cheat if you know how to. That's how things like out-of-order execution works, and that's also how things like Spectre and Meltdown also work. So it's like, I appreciate that it exists, although I have no idea where I would use it in my life. I haven't done real hobbyist computing in quite a while. Like, I've done a lot of it for just making the sake of a YouTube channel, but this is something I'm just kind of interested in to do for shit posting for the sake of shit posting. Even if I only get 5.9 to build, which I believe is completely reasonable. There's no reason why I shouldn't be able to get 6 months of changes not to build. I will consider this project a win. If I get 7.5 to build, I will be beside myself. But even 5.9 would be kind of cool. But I suspect reasonably it's going to take quite a bit of effort to get that far. I'm assuming I'm basically going to have to upgrade through every single version of OpenBSD along the way and make binary releases of it as we go. But, I mean, it's also... Well, we'll see. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It's more of a problem-solving thing than it is technical skill, because ultimately speaking, all the code I should need is already written. I might have to implement 1 or 2 architecture-specific hooks, but it shouldn't be bad. Mm-hmm. Well, that's why I'm going to put it back in. That's the beauty of source control. It's free and open source software. I can compile it back in. This is not the first time I've done something like this. The question that I really wonder is it going this slow because it's an emulated i386, or is it going this slow because the OpenBSD mirrors run on a wet string, apparently? There is the question if I should try and build X, but more reasonably, I might as well just go as far as I can and then build X on the release I stop on. Because, yeah, why not? I've never noticed it this slow, but you know, it's fine. Like, this is remarkably zen for me. I literally have run out of things to say right now. Uh, there are frame buffer drivers available. My machine doesn't have one, or I should say Black Coffee's machine doesn't, but there are frame buffer drivers for VAX. So conceivably, if you had one of those machines, the X server does work. Yeah, I mean, look, the X server was available. I'm not going to I probably won't compile it simply because it's a pain to compile and it can't be cross-compiled. I'll build it on whatever release we end up stopping on. Like, even if I only can get 5.9 to build, then I'll just build it for 5.9. Because ultimately speaking, I will have achieved my goal. But if I'm going to do this, I might as well go for broke. So, how's everyone else's day going? Might as well get some good incense sticks going. Yeah, I definitely think we're going to have to use SimH and native build it. Like, I'm now getting a pretty good idea of what this is going to actually look like. I was hoping we could cross compile, but yeah, no, that's probably not going to happen. I mean, we will be cross compiling part of it, I should say. I mean, yeah, it actually, well, it's going to be a learning experience. base 5.8. Then we just need the compilers and we're done. I probably should have also installed the manual pages, but I can always grab those later. Yeah, I mean, you know, here's the thing, is that in a world of professional computer programmers, I am a dangerous amateur. By not knowing what isn't possible, I sometimes achieved the impossible. And, like, that was part of how that was part of FTL. Yeah, I will say that OpenBSD's documentation, I think, is actually the best. The downside is that it's annoying. It's all in manual pages, and they don't seem to have them easily accessible. Like, I only was able to find, like, there's Diskless 8, which has the entire thing about the OpenBSD diskless system. But it seems to be, but I feel like most of them I have to install the system. Like, I should have probably installed the man pages, but it's fine. I can, like I said, I'll download them later. It's literally like watching a car it's literally like watching. So I've recently been watching, like, on my my 5 minutes of downtime. I recently watched Clarkson's Farm. I've actually binged it here and there because I unfortunately have these horrible tendencies where I'm up in 3 in the morning and the rest of the world isn't. So watching Jeremy Clarkson do regenerative farming is probably one of the weirdest things I have seen in a while. I mean, I don't even know how to say it. I mean, the man is a self-proclaimed anti-environmentalist. He's, you know, as conservative and as Tory as they come, and yet he's doing green everything and showing the problems with modern-day farming that have largely been ignored. And it's like, of all the people to do this, Jeremy Clarkson? Okay. I haven't actually run it on the i386. So when it finishes downloading, yeah, Grand Tour and Top Gear have always been guilty pleasures of mine. Although God knows I have actually done things. I've done a Top Gear budget tour. I have done those. I'm not quite as cheap as they are on the show, but still buy a car, drive it from Alaska to the lower 40 to Florida. That's a journey. Like, more so now that I've actually crossed those distances on foot, you don't quite appreciate just how fucking big the United States actually is, especially if you're used to flying. Like, having done human-powered to across the state of Florida and all the way up to Boston, like, it's not a short distance. You're outside, you're exposed to the elements. Like, and it's harder in this day and age than it used to be, because at least in older days, people would regularly do it by foot. You wouldn't be alone. Meanwhile, another United flight apparently burst into flame. Had an engine flight at O'Hare. Was it another Boeing? Nope, that one was an Airbus. Okay, finally, an air crash problem, an air problem that isn't a Boeing one. It's almost done downloading the base system. I feel like I just need to wind the propeller up more. I am annoyed with myself that we downloaded the wrong image. Yeah, I mean, Top Gear is really popular in the States. We had Top Gear US here, which honestly I didn't think was that bad. It really did not hit the mark the first season, and it's the same reason, the same thing. It's like, I understand having this Stig as part of British Top Gear because it was iconic to the show, but those have always been some of my least favorite segments of the show. And Top Gear had the American, which I just thought was like, oh, God, give me a break. Like, British humor shitting on the Americans. What else is new? I have enjoyed the specials, although, like, I do feel like they go a little bit too far over the top. Like, they could scale it back to just what three blokes with with what meager money the BBC would give them could do. Like, could you buy a car for $1,000 and climb Everest? Well, I shouldn't say Everest, but if you're going to do it, like, it basically, Amazon money was both good and bad for the show. No, I'd actually say my single favorite moment on that is every time Hammond rebuilds a car that has no right to run again. He did it with he did it with Oliver, the Opel Kadett that took a swim in the river. He rebuilt it overnight, and he even got the horn working, which literally left Clarkson speechless. I remember that. He did it again with he had the Jeep with the shattered differential that he basically dragged it all the way to the finish line. There was the Mustang 2 he took to South America. Hey, Matt. Oh, God, there's a name I haven't seen. Assuming that's actually him, that is the founder of Mixer and owner of MC Pro Hosting. So yeah, that is a long time no see. Meanwhile, I'm making the gerbil run. Yeah, I figured. I mean, let's be honest, I'd rather be streaming on Mixer right now. Like, I would literally like to be streaming on Mixer right now. I am depressed on how that story ended. Oh well. Well, I mean, let's be honest. How many places has Jeremy Clarkson gone and then got invaded? Like, it happened in Syria. It happened in like, half the countries he can't go back to is because they had a civil war shortly afterward. Yeah, so it's basically, it's going. I just appreciate how slow this is. Yeah. Well, I hope you have a good evening, Matt. This is quite the opposite FTL. This is much slower than light. We are targeting technology that was already obsolete in the 90s. And we're probably downloading it from a fax. Yeah, I would say it's slower than light. I would definitely say it's definitely not powered by tachyons, more like Well, given it's me, maybe it's a Higgs bozo. The honest truth is not much. Pandemic basically created my plan, so I made a YouTube channel. More or less, I'm doing freelance work as I was back in 2015. You know, that sort of thing. Yeah, you'd be amazed how many people have watched that pinball video and have found me. The joys of having the same handle right along, because N Commander was my handle on Beam, later Mixer. And I used to live stream. I literally used to live stream myself developing FTL while doing FTL because the client, we had a fork of Open Broadcast Studio called Tachyon. And the very first version of what would become FTL, at that point, I don't think we even had a name for it, was a bunch of FFmpeg glue and a hand-built binary called Charon. It ran on Hope and Magic Pixie Dust. But more specifically, we needed a solution that wasn't complete garbage, so I forked OBS, and that's where Tachyon. And since it was free and open source software, it's GPL v2. We had to publish it. There was, you know, I was able to. I just live streamed myself doing it, so that was actually how I got into live streaming. Although there was a many-year gap from after post Mixer and current day before I started actually doing content creation again. But that's kind of where it started. Chat, it seems appropriate that we're being literally just having the progress bar, or we're being slowed down by upstream servers. Okay. Here. It's downloading over HTTP as far as I know. It had a certificate error when it tried. The emulation shouldn't be that slow. I mean, when I downloaded the install CD in Chrome on the native system, it was going this slow, and I don't know of another mirror that has the actual sets on it that also works via HTTP. So, because I had downloaded the AMD 64 ones, we need the i386 ones because I'm a genius. I mean, encryption shouldn't be that much of a factor, though. When we're emulating an no, I mean, the cost is negligible. Once you get into the hundreds of megahertz range, you can still do modern encryption standards. Modern RSA is not that demanding. That's realistically what most things use. Elliptic curve and is even... Well, it depends on how fast the FPU emulation is. That one I could actually see being slower. But RSA should not be particularly slow. I mean, RSA 2048-bit was coming into common parlance 10 years ago, and reasonably speaking, we had the hardware to do it 10 years before that. It's just because it adds an exponential cost to the encryption. Well, we've got 3.5 minutes for it to download. Sorry, I'm just checking some stuff on the other screen. For me, it's 3 in the morning. I can't sleep, so... Yeah, it's probably downloading out over FTP. I was actually known for other things before that. I am referenced. If I use Wikipedia as a benchmark, the earliest references to me are attached to Soylent News. There's also a few references to me in the Ubuntu pages because my name was attached to some press releases. So you can find. I mean, the oldest N Commander sighting on the internet has been 2004. But yeah, you can find. I mean, you can find a lot of old emails from me when I was still at Canonical. God, that was more than 10 years ago, chat. That is wild. It's not... I don't look back finally at that time of my life. But, to better days. It could entirely be my downstream internet. My Wi-Fi has not been exactly happy. Although the fact that it's going this slow is a little concerning, but we'll see how long it takes to compress. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna step in the other room for a sec. Alright, 22 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, wow. You notice that it was weird how it was going down every odd. I mean, that's installing pretty quickly. I'm almost at the point where wondering if I should do an auto-install script. Because I'm probably going to be installing this a lot. Alright, making all device nodes. Cool, I can eject the CD now. Alright, well that's booting up nicely. Let's hopefully it goes all the way up. Well, we know it will because we've already seen 5.8 come up AMD 64 style. So, yep. That's generating the keys. Let me get unknown host because I'm going to have to remove him from this system. It's going to complain otherwise. Alright, that's set up. Is there anything else I need to do besides that right this second? I don't think so. I think I can just SSH in. Let's pull the terminal up. Yeah. Alright, so that's copying the files over. Let me fix the terminal. Okay. All right, files copied. So let's see. Let's actually see how much faster or slower it is. Because I know what the numbers were for ARM64, and I know what the host system will do. Nothing to do but extreme thumb twiddling, because I actually am curious myself how much faster / slower it's going to be. My guess is it's going to be about the same as a Raspberry Pi. Just also keeping my eye on the news. Today is the first day back where we hear news of what I will call the trial, probably the most... the big trial in New York. Let's put it like that, because I don't really want to bring up that guy's name, but I'm just like... I'm not a big... CMake works. It gets things done. My biggest problem with CMake is it's hard to recompile, cross-compile, and I find that its findx.cmake stuff tends to be half broken the knot where it won't detect things that it should. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it supports hardware Oh, wow, that is slow. That's slow. That is... I'm just kind of sitting here marveling at that glacier. It was approximately it's supposed to be 2 million, between 2 and 4 million for the number of cores we have on it. It's 25,000. Not even. Yeah, CMake made me sad. I had to deal with CMake extensively for OBS, and it just made me want to cry the whole time. If you need to do cross-compilation, the easiest way to do it is you have to create a cross-compile file that works with the native compiler first, and then copy it, and then type in the compiler you need as with the path. And you remember that you can manually set the found variables, because half the time the found scripts will not work. So if you can ignore the failure and put the header libs in by default, although you should have them in the cross-compiler search path. Chat, that's atrociously slow. I actually am wondering if it would be faster to run it in fucking 86 box. Let's see what the average is. I almost want to run it in the VAX now. Yeah. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I have contact information if you want to get in touch. Yeah, this is QEMU, full system emulation. That is going splendidly well. I'm just kind of in marvel of it. Like, a fucking Pi is faster than that. I'm curious what the I/O benchmark's going to be. I really am at this point. Like, that is... Well, I've never tried using QEMU's TCG the TCG for i386 before. Let me look up the reference scores. Let me tell you what this is equivalent to. An average score of around 20K is equivalent to a Pentium 2 at 350 megahertz running Linux 2.2. I don't even. That is just... There's got to be a better way. You know, there has to be a better way. There has to be a better way. I honestly, you know what? I really do think this is going to be a suck it up and deal with it, though, sort of situation. I wonder if I could get OpenBSD to install in the cloud. I really think that is going to be the path of least horrible. Honestly, I should just see if I could run it on the NAS. I am really debating if I could run it on a VM on the NAS at this point, because I am... I've tried VirtualBox. I tried Hyper-V. I don't really want to put VMware on there. We're running it under UTM right now, and it's not fast. Emulated. There's no ARM64 port for this version. And even if there was, I have this... It would be Clang-based. I assume. You know, it would be Clang-based because GCC4 did not have an ARM64 code generator unless they backported it. There's gotta be a better solution. I have to think on this. Like, I almost wonder if SimH would actually be faster. Like, I am legitimately wondering that, looking at how this is going. I am legitimately trying to figure out where I could install this to, where it would actually work. Because if it's not... This old version doesn't seem to want to run on Hyper-V. It doesn't want to run on VirtualBox, at least a modern version. It is running here, but look how slow it's actually going. You know what? Was there a version for the Raspberry Pi? I have a Pi sitting here on the desk. It might actually just be fucking faster. Let me see. Let me look at their install file. Let me see if that would have been their ARM v7 port. Supports BeagleBoard, PandaBoard. I used to have them. I don't have any more. Extremely limited. Let me look at the ARMish top-level directory, because that would have supported even more shit. No, okay, so it's support... Okay, it's different compiler stuff. I have some Spark hardware. I don't think that would be faster, though. I also have no way of hooking it up at the moment, so that's out. Well, I have nothing but bad options here. I'm legitimate. I know I can't run it in Chroot jail. Does NetBSD have compatibility? Like, is Compat OpenBSD a thing for... It is. Well, it used to be. Apparently it was available in MirBSD, which means it probably was available in OpenNetBSD at some point. You know, I'm just going to start it running, and then while I think about it, because at least I can, we've already determined that it's less unhappy running on this than it was running on, because it didn't give me that warning. Let me run it J4. I really do wonder if running it on my NAS is... because the NAS does have a hypervisor on it, but I don't have a solid-state drive on it. I could run an iSCSI termination, though, on one of the machines that does have... Oh, God, that is getting... What the hell could I possibly run this on? Like, I've got to have something. Like, I'm trying to think how I'd even run it on, say, Linode, and I'm coming up blank. Let me see here. OpenBSD VPSs. There is OpenBSD.Amsterdam. Let me see what they want. 70 euro per year. That's... I would prefer something cheaper. Apparently it's possible for doing it at OVH. You can... Apparently on OVH, you can DD miniroot.fs to the drive and booting that. I could try that on a Linode. I have a Linode account as is. It is possible that might work. And chat, that is dreadfully slow. Yeah. I don't know. I've never tried nested VMs. But I could, but I'm fairly familiar with their offering. I mean, I could definitely try it. Let's see here. It's 3:30 in the morning right now. I mean, chat, look how slow that's going. That is unusably slow. I mean, it's just making the directories. It's not even doing anything actual fucking... It's not even doing any fucking work. All right, let me see. You know what? Fuck it. Let me see if I can make a Linode, and let me just see how I can install to it, because at this point, I have a Linode account. There's actually... Restless Systems is hosted on Linode. So, let me just see if I can get it to work. Come on. Alright, so I'm on the Linode panel. So let's create a small Linode. It's just going to install Debian region Newark. I will take a shared CPU because we don't need a whole lot of anything. 25 gigs should be more than enough. All right. Yeah, so just do all that. Do all that. Yeah, like, I can always upgrade it to a bigger machine. Like, 1 gig of RAM, 25 gigs of storage. That should be more than enough. Like, let's just try it. Create Linode. Okay. So that's provisioning. And I should be able to access it from console, though I think I have to put my new SSH key. Yeah, I almost certainly do, because I have almost certainly have not used Linode. Yeah, I only have the old key on here. So let's get that up. Okay, so that key is now there. So now can I connect to the Lish console? Because that's like the serial panel. So let's try that. The answer there is no. You should be able to access that. Why can't you? What's the option that tells it which key to use? Private key. -I. Because I have the old key here. I can just tell it to use that. Okay, to open change mode 600.ssh old. Right, I have to put the execute bit on that folder because you need to have execute bit on a folder for it to be readable. Does that work? That does work. Okay, cool. Why? Okay, that's how you detach from that. All right, so then I just do this. And that puts me... Alright, that puts me on the Linode console. So let me now put this in rescue mode. And let's see if we can install it right into the cloud. Okay, wait for it to come back. Let's find the let's grab the mini root because we're going to need it. All right, so yeah, we have the install FS. So let's grab that. It's still pretty awful, but that should have all the sets in it at least. Oh, I'm going to have to set an actual password this time. I'm going to need a password because this is going to be on the internet. And this has been Networking with NCommander. Okay, let's see if that works. Alright, reboot. Hold on, I gotta change its... I now have to change the VPS's configuration. Boot grub, boot block assignment. Yeah, no, that's all good. I think I just have to hit reboot. Hopefully it doesn't come back. I forget if it's going to come back up in rescue mode or not. Well, we made it into grub. Oh, here it is. I have to set it to direct disk. Save changes. Alright, and reboot, please. I had this shit post a while ago, a shit post idea of installing Herd to the cloud, and it's like, God, I could actually do it. I presume that this will actually work, because this should just be KVM. Like, there should be absolutely nothing surprising about this hardware. Still rebooting. Oh, it might be trying to do... It's probably waiting for the operating system, and it's not finding it. I probably need to force it down. Destroy. Then last, you should start it back up. Okay. Yep, there we go. OpenBSD i3A6 boot. Come on, come on. Uh-oh. I don't think it's going to boot. Well, it tried. Is it that I got no console, or did the console go somewhere stupid? You know, if it tried to do a graphical boot, I might have to use the graphical Lish console. Yeah, yep, I have it. I have the boot console. I do have a boot console. Okay. Yeah, because it tried to use color, so I have to use the Lish console. We are in business. We are actually capable of installing. I guess I'm just going... Let's see here. Can I... Yeah, I can type keys in here. I can Chat, we're in business. Oh, we are actually fucking doing it. Maybe. Oh wow, this is having some issues. I think the it's the fact that it's using it put colors on the console broke it. I think. Um, Let me see if I can get for the install. Yeah, it is working. It's just let me see if I can get this bring the Lish console up for chat. I have no idea if this is actually going to work. But this is only $5 a month, so I could basically just leave it up running as long as I want. Yeah, like, that's taking actual minutes between questions and answers. Like, I hit enter. It goes blink, 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 blink. Oh, is that... Hold on. I think this is the tick speed thing. Yeah, I don't think this is working. Let's see here. I don't see if there's any, I'm guessing I'm going to have to try Vulture because this is just not usable. Like, I press enter and the next response is literally minutes later. I have no idea. Oh well. It was worth a try. Alright. I'm just going to delete the instance. Yeah, like, it gets an IP address, but I mean, that is just... Alright. OpenBSD Cloud, your time as one of my VPSs has just come to an end. Alright. I think I'm going to have to go looking for a new hosting provider. Alright, so now with that bitter disappointment, so apparently Vulture is recommended for this. Cloud compute, easy to use, affordable. $6 a month. Like, screw it, I'll try that. Let me see here. I can just log into my Google account. Authentication has been sent to you by email. Okay. Alright, so I need to add a payment method. Hopefully I can just use PayPal. Oh yeah, here we go, PayPal. That is a bizarre way to do PayPal. I just choose a payment amount and they give me credit. Alright. So I guess I just need to do... I guess I'm just going to put 10 there. Okay, save, pay with PayPal. Make sure I'm not accident. Yeah, I'm not streaming this. Okay, that's fine. Try another way. I don't want to do that. Log in with password. Agree and continue. Yep, they can have their $10. I'm really hoping this works. Okay, cool. So now all I want is a shared CPU. And I just want it basically as cheap as I can get it. There we go, $6 a month. Server's quantity, that's all fine. And I can just tell it to deploy OpenBSD. I'm going to want an older version of that one, but it shouldn't be a problem. Alright, so deploy now. Dashboard. Okay, cloud storage. Didn't I just deploy it? Okay, hold on. Deploy server. CPU optimize, or I want the really tiny plan. Shared. Tiny. Here we go. Alright, so server host name, so OpenBSD. I'll just call it emo 58. Emu 58. Alright, deploy now. Okay, cool. Now it's there in the cloud. It's installing in OS. I probably should have just put the CD. Let me see. How do I get the CD up there? Yeah, it's currently provisioning. I've got a spinning beach ball. Hopefully this works. What's chat saying? Here we go, live streaming. Yeah, like I said, I'm currently waiting for Vulture to basically be done. Here we go. Server details. Settings. Change OS. Okay, so now that's running, but now how do I get it? Ah, here we go. Custom ISO. Upload ISO. Upload ISO from remote machine. Okay. So I can give you the install CD. And you're now downloading it. From... Yeah, okay. That is now downloading. This is a right pain in the ass, chat. Because, yeah, right now I am still waiting for it to download this image. I literally can't do anything until it's done. I think I accidentally canceled it by tabbing out. Nope, I didn't cancel it. Okay, so it says it's 40% done. Yeah, it says it's 40% done. Okay, so I'm just gonna wait for it. I have to keep, Okay, it's now image available. So now I go to the compute screen. I go to server details. Settings. Custom ISO. Attach ISO and reboot. So now if I want to view console. Let's see if that works. Google Chrome. Alright. So I'm currently waiting for it to reboot. It says attaching. Okay. Nope, that was not what I wanted it to do. Oh, it probably... Let's see here. Change OS. I probably should have it do OpenBSD. Because they do support OpenBSD. I just don't know if I can install old OpenBSD on it. Usage graphs. Yeah, let's try doing change OS and then change it to OpenBSD first. Because I assume OpenBSD supports UEFI, but maybe it doesn't. So let me let it do that provisioning. Because now that will install 7.5. And apparently there's some things that have to be done with Vultr, so question mark. Hopefully it works. Okay, it now says it's stopped. Okay, now... Nope, still being brought up. One thing I do appreciate about Lindo is it's always very fast to provision. It's still installing. You have to appreciate. Okay, now it says it's running. Yeah, that is in fact running. Alright, so now can I put the disk in and can I have it boot from said disk? Alright, so custom ISO. So I need to remove the ISO, and then that will restart the VM. Okay, attach ISO and reboot. So hopefully that works. If not, I could probably from the bootloader screen tell it to boot from CD. Hey, look! OpenBSD i386 CD boot. It's booting! It is actually booting. It's in the cloud. Come on. This is really taking its sweet time. I'm concerned. Is there a problem running it on KVM? Hello, computer. Can you hear me? I think I'm going to throw in the towel at the 8-hour mark because at this point I'm feeling utterly defeated. I really might have to do this on my NAS, and I don't really want to do this on my NAS. Yeah, but we're in the cloud, and the cloud does not seem... The cloud appears to be raining. I mean, maybe it would be okay after it gets going, but it should... I shouldn't have a hang here. I mean, what do I actually say to this? Oh, well, we got to a prompt. Chat, that... What is going on here? I can try rebooting. This is apparently an issue, though, that happens. Alright, server restart. Restart server. Yeah, it's a 32-bit ISO. That's the thing. Because it needs to be... Apparently, I need... The long size has to match or bad shit happens. I am really wondering if just running SimH is going to be faster. Alright, server restarted. So now if I hit connect again, it boots off the hard drive. Because now it's downloaded, it's running 9.5.57 off the hard drive. Starting network. Alright, you know, I'm just gonna try doing something really stupid and see if it actually works. Oh, right. That's not my, I'm hoping I can... I don't really care because this is a disposable VM. Alright. We're in. Condition not ready. Input output error. Did my CD get ejected? My CD may have gone ejected. Alright, I'm just going to turn this off because at this point I am just out of ideas. Like, I am legitimately just out of ideas. No, that's running 7.5. It's not running 5.8, which is what we need. Yeah, it's entirely possible that's the case, but I need to be running 32-bit, which is like... I'm just sitting here thinking, can I actually run it on the goddamn NAS? It's 4 in the goddamn morning. I am... I'm going to have to put 5.8 on something. I think it's going to have to be my NAS. It's the only thing here that I think has, like, a reasonable chance of running it. It's a Celeron processor. It's spinning Rust hard drives. But I think at this point, I'm a little bit fed up. I can do this off stream. Like, it's 4 in the morning, so... Yeah, I'm going to call it here, chat. I'm feeling utterly defeated at the moment, so... When we pick this up, I will have OpenBSD 5.8 running on something. Until next time, this is your host, N Commander, signing out. Wishing you all a pleasant day.